Okay. I declare open this public hearing of the Trade Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade for the inquiry into strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I would like to pay my respects to elders past and present. I also acknowledge the cultures of any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present with us today. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's webpage. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the subcommittee. I now welcome Mr. Gebrselassie Gebru to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you. My name is Gebrselassie Gebru. I'm a VIC member, the Victorian African Communities Committee member, but I'm here just representing myself.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. I'll now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining us by teleconference today. Mr. Batt, did you want to go?
G'day, my name's David Batt. I'm the member for Hinkler, which is in Queensland.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair, Labor Member, South East Queensland, Random Switch and Country Areas.
And Fiona Phillips, the member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
And Claire Clutterham, I'm the member for Sturt. It's in the eastern part of Adelaide in South Australia.
And do we have anyone online?
Yes, Madonna Jarrett, member for Brisbane.
I'm Sam Lim from Tangney, Perth.
Yep. So Sam Lim and Madonna. Yeah, great. Madonna Jarrett, great. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gebru, I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Sorry, a brief.
Yep.
About what? Sorry.
Oh, if you'd like to make a brief opening statement about your submission.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, my presentation is of general nature. Firstly, it's not based on study. It's not based on evidence. It's based on my own knowledge as an African Australian, as an Australian African, and it's general. And my main point is I believe Australia, the developed countries in general, have remained behind China and India in identifying the potential and tapping into the potential in Africa. And I strongly believe Australia has to strengthen its trade and investment relationships with Africa. So that's a brief of my presentation today.
Okay, all right. So I guess my question is, are there any particular regions within Africa where Australian businesses should focus, developing links?
Well, as I mentioned, it's general comment. My point is very general. I only try to identify, I believe Australia has to strengthen its relationship based on its comparative advantage in terms of, given the distance, okay, Australia has a lot to offer in terms of agricultural products and some technological equipment. But given the distance, it has to focus on light machinery and agricultural products. I don't have any specific African country, but generally I believe Australia has to strengthen its relationship with Africa.
Okay. Questions? Yep, Mr. Newman.
Yeah, Mr. Gebru, you say you're an Australian citizen of Ethiopian origin. When we've looked at, from DFAT, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, when we've looked at where Australia trades with the 54 countries of Africa, there is a great disproportionality in terms of where our trade is. focused in and around mainly Southern Africa, around South Africa. But your country is not a country that your country of origin is not a country we do much trading with. So when you say that we've got a comparative advantage, I'm really interested in exploring from your experience and your history and your family's involvement, where we could do better with Ethiopia.
Well, within Ethiopia, I didn't try to look into Ethiopia as such, but I just tried to look broadly. Generally, I believe Australia is way behind in its relationships with Africa compared to China and India, for example. But I didn't see specifically into Ethiopia.
When you say where Australia is behind China and India, you talked about geography, but India is pretty proximate to Africa, just across the Indian Ocean, like Western Australia is to African countries. Where have, in the last few decades, in your submission you talk about a couple of decades behind, where are we behind?
No, what I mean is India and China have been involved. They have been involved in trade and investment in Africa for over two decades now.
Yep.
So comparing Australia's involvement in the broader African continent, I believe it's generally not only Australia, but overall the developed countries. China and India started trade and investment relationship with Africa earlier than the developed world.
Yeah, okay. You talk in your submission about the fact that Australia has advantages in terms of agricultural products, technological equipment, and Australians of African origin. How can we tap into Australians in the diaspora from Africa who are living in Australia to tap into markets and get that comparative advantage exercised? How can we do that better?
Well, my point is China, India, for example, do not have citizens of African origin. Like there are no Chinese of African origin, but Australia has citizens.
Yeah, 400,000 to 500,000 people from.
Yeah, Australians of African origin, and Australia can leverage this in, strengthening its relationship with Africa. It can utilize Australian Africans to complement the data obtained through research and through other sources. And also it can strengthen its relationships with Africa utilizing the African Australians.
Okay, can you be more specific? Which part of it? Is it culture? Is it sport? Is it which part of the engagement with the diaspora can enhance our relationship? For example, let me give you an illustration. Cricket and rugby are big in South Africa, and football generally, where Australia has connection with people in South Africa in all those sports. So tell us, and that's a good way for Australians to engage and spend money and trade. Can you give us some examples of how the diaspora generally can be used beyond the southern parts of Africa where we have very close historic sporting links?
Well, if we take the Horn of Africa, for example, Ethiopia and Kenya, the most popular sport is running, long-distance running. That's one. But in my point, I was thinking, complementing the formal data through, strengthening the relationship through Australians of African origin.
Okay, thanks.
Generally,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gabru, with your recommendations, you say there about Australians leveraging the insights of our African Australians, building and promoting trust-based trade, is the words that we had in there, and investment relations with Africa. What is trust-based trade from your point of view? How do we?
I think Australia can get insights about the culture, the language, that could complement or strengthen the relationship.
Okay. Very good. And I have another one just from a government point of view. How can we, as an Australian government, better support Australia's African communities to participate in trade in Africa? You got any ideas on how you think the government could do things better?
Well, for example, private companies might partner with Australian Africans in the countries where they want to invest in gaining, local knowledge and understanding about the business environment, about the culture, language, and stuff like that. Maybe.
Thank you. That's fine for me for Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Ghibri. I just noticed from your submission that you suggest China and India are significantly far ahead of Australia in terms of trade and investment in the African continent. I just wondered, what does that look like? So if you take Ethiopia, for example, what do you see? What makes you say that those countries are heavily involved? Do you see Chinese, Indian companies? What's the substance?
Well, yeah, given the price and proximity, most technologies are imported from China and India into Africa. But there are some machineries, like, for example, from my knowledge of some friends involved in drilling in West Africa, in Guinea, compared to China and Indian technology, drilling and surveying equipment are highly preferred. Australian products are highly preferred over Chinese and Indian. So this is one. But China made its way into Africa through Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the headquarters of AU, African Union, and it has been investing a lot over 2 decades now. So I don't have statistical data to compare in terms of amount of investment, but China and India have been in Africa for over 2 decades now.
Yeah. Do you see sort of, so Addis Ababa, for example, do you see a lot of people of Chinese heritage, Indian heritage, headquarters of Indian companies, Chinese companies?
Absolutely, yeah. All the roads were built by Chinese companies. They have, I think, I don't have exact statistics, but perhaps close to 100,000 Chinese workers in Ethiopia, for example, involved in different construction of infrastructure, roads and the like. So, yeah.
So it's quite visible.
Yeah, you can see, especially a few years back, it was very visible. They have been involved. Chinese workers were on the ground, building roads, building other infrastructures.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zapier, do you have a question?
Just one, and I apologise for being late and not hearing your submission, but from your observation, does the US take an interest in Africa?
Yes, it does.
And is their interest in a similar way to the Chinese interest?
Well,
and if not, what's the differences?
America's interest in Africa, especially in Ethiopia, was in relation to terrorism in the Horn of Africa. Yeah. But beyond that, I understand it has interest in investment as well. But yeah, as I mentioned, mine is general in nature, so I don't have any specific data.
How would you describe the people of Africa's response to American investment in Africa? Is it welcomed? Is it are they cautious about it? How would you describe it?
Well, I think, in my opinion, there is preference for Western technology and investment in general, but currently it's mainly Chinese.
Mainly Chinese. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Great. We'll go to Ms. Jarrett.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you can. Great, thank you. It's a bit hard when you're at the end of the phone. Look, I'm sorry I can't be there, but I have a couple of questions. We've heard, just building off something, one of the earlier questions, are there other countries that you see moving swiftly into increasing their trade in Africa? And if so, how are they prioritising that? Is it more from, country specific? Is it sector, industrial, a combination of all? And can you give examples?
Well, as I mentioned, I don't have any country-specific data as such. I just put general information, and maybe Ethiopia could be taken as an entry point in terms of its being headquarter for AU. Otherwise, I don't have any specific data.
It's an entry point for what? I'm sorry.
No, in terms of diplomatic relationship, it's a headquarter of AU, and that can be one point. Otherwise, no.
Okay, thank you. And we've heard from a number of people appearing before this inquiry that there are trade barriers, not just within from countries, import and export in and out of African countries, but also some of the barriers within the country that is limiting maybe it's transport of goods or just generally the flow of trade. Do you have any comments on that? And maybe just thinking specifically about your country and are there specific barriers there and that we should be thinking about in terms of how do we help address?
Well, I think subject to detailed study and research, I believe Africa has huge population, over 1.5 million. Obviously, there is a market demand for food products and other technological products. But given the geographic distance, when it comes to technology, it should be light technological equipment. But
what do you mean by light technology?
Not heavy machinery, but light,
right.
technological equipment.
Okay. And the other, given the various stages of development of the countries within Africa, is there how do you see the intersection of supporting development? And that could be through, increased trade, but there is also the need to work with, local businesses and other communities, etc. The intersection of that, and therefore the promotion or increase of trade into countries. Do you have any comments on that? And again, maybe just focusing on Ethiopia, if that gives us some clear examples potentially.
No.
Okay, no problem at all.
No.
Just got one other question. So, in your view, what can the Australian government do better to help grow trade with Africa? How can the Australian government support more?
Well, as I mentioned, probably it might utilize the local Australian Africans maybe to strengthen its relationship.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Question? Yeah, Mr. Batt.
You talk about using the light equipment, so for mining, so rather than the heavy things. So for Australian businesses wanting to do that, how do we get those businesses to showcase their product in Africa? Is there ways that you're aware of that we can, Australian businesses could be over there to show what they've got in that area?
Well, from the information I get from my friends involved in drilling in Guinea, what I know is the Australian technology, drilling and surveying, is in high demand compared to Chinese and Indian technology. So, yeah, it's in demand anyway. Yeah.
So you don't think they need to showcase? It's already in demand.
It's already in high demand.
So we just need Australian businesses to start selling it over there
compared to the Indian technology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just on that vein, so I know in your recommendation you also included there was potential for processed agricultural products. Is that similar?
Yeah. I say that, as I mentioned, it's general. So I say that given the population size, there is obvious demand for agriculture, for food products. So, yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions? No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, we're here. Yep. So thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, 27th of May, 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, is that is oh yeah, because that's got there. Is that your name and capacity in which you appear before the trade subcommittee?
That's it.
Oh. Yeah, okay. So maybe, other members, yeah. After that, yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll now resume the hearing. I now welcome representatives from the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Good morning. My name is Duncan Harris. I'm the President of the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce.
My name is Minty Tafasa, and I am one of the Executive Committee members.
My name's William Cole. I'm also on the Executive of the Australian Africa Chamber of Commerce.
Great, thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll just ask the members of the committee to also introduce themselves.
Yeah, my name's David Batt, member for Hinkler, which is in regional Queensland.
Shane Niven, federal member for Blair, around Ipswich and country areas in South East Queensland.
And Fiona Phillips, federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Clay Clutterham, the member for Sturt in the eastern part of Adelaide in South Australia.
Good morning. Tony Zapier, federal member for Macon, again in Adelaide, South Australia.
And we also have joining us online
Madonna Jarrett, member for Brisbane.
Stan Lim, member for Tangi in Western Australia.
Thank you.
You do have some Victorians in federal parliament, by the way. There's no...
Too far to travel, lady.
All right, I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Minty?
Thank you. Chair and honourable members, thank you very much for this opportunity to make our case in front of you today. The committee has already heard a great deal about the scale of opportunity in Africa. What I would like to do, rather, is to focus on a critical, often under-emphasised enabler of Australian investment in Africa, which is infrastructure and the policy setting needed to support it. Australia has a substantial commercial presence in Africa. There is, however, clear scope to further translate the presence into strategic influence across key sectors such as mining, agriculture, and other related services. One of the main, not necessarily the only challenge, however, is underinvestment in infrastructure across many African countries, which, as far as we are concerned here, is a great and significant opportunity for Australian companies to take advantage of. In both mining and agriculture, gaps in transportation and logistics is simply enormous across ports, rails, roads, and export corridors, because these are shaping the pace and scale of growth as far as a lot of African countries are concerned. Addressing this area will unlock greater productivity, improve market access for Australian companies, but also support larger and more integrated projects. Globally, the trend is towards integration. Resource development delivered alongside enabling infrastructure, often through multinational consortia. This is evident in major projects such as Simandou in Guinea and the Lobito corridor across Central and South Africa. Australia actually starts from a very strong position. There are around 170 ASX-listed mining companies operating across Africa. Alongside growing engagement in agribusiness, as we've seen, at the same time, we're also seeing strong and increasing demand from African governments, institutions, trade bodies needing to partner a lot more with Australia. In some regions, Australian companies are already accessing support from international development banks, such as the European Development Bank. For reconstruction and development, that's a long name. Encouragingly, we're also seeing positive steps in this direction as far as Australia is concerned. A recent July 2025 partnership between Export Finance Australia and the Private Infrastructure Development Group, which I believe is based in London, is a strong example of how Australia can collaborate with established infrastructure platforms to support investment in emerging markets across Africa. To build this foundation, the Chamber has 3 recommendations. The first one is scale financing and risk-sharing mechanism, including through Export Finance Australia to support enabling infrastructure and project participation. The second one is positioning Australian firms, including SMEs as well as large multinationals, as integral participants in public-private partnership across the full project delivery chain. The third one is to deepening structured engagement with African governments and regional institutions such as the African Union, but also the African Continental Free Trade Area. To us, the opportunity is clear. With a more coordinated approach, Australia is well placed to strengthen its trade and investment engagement and contribute to long-term multi-sector growth across the entire continent in Africa. Thank you for the opportunity. We would welcome your questions.
Thank you. So you've just mentioned, and your submission also references those infrastructure shortfalls or opportunities, and also supply chain risks impacting trade and investment growth. What lessons can Australia learn from businesses in the United Kingdom and the European Union who are successfully trading with African nations and navigating some of those risks?
Excellent question. I think the main lesson we have seen is partnership with local businesses and having the critical skill and expertise added to it. So I am Ethiopian by birth, like the gentleman who made the presentation before me. And one of the things I often notice when I go back to visit my mother in Ethiopia is the stark contrast between projects that are in partnership with Western or Chinese foreign investors as opposed to local investors. What you see is the quality of how the projects are done, from even the workplace safety perspective, as opposed to where the locals are done. My mother often makes a comment about this has been going on for 6 years. When you come back next, you'll find it where it is exactly. Whereas where we have those other projects, what you see is they are run a lot smoother. And the critical difference is that human capital, where companies that has operated in places such as Australia, China, etc., they have that experience and expertise in project management, anticipating risks, etc., whereas the locals don't. And of course, the locals are involved because, just like most countries, the government wants to support the local industry. So although I'm not very close to the details, but I suspect a certain proportion of projects are allocated to local businesses in order to build capability, etc. But you can see that that's just, a stark contrast. And whenever I see that opportunity, that's where I go, this would have been an awesome one for a joint a joint venture type of opportunity.
And so what could the Australian government do to help promote those links with local projects?
Excellent question, Chair. The Chamber gets a fair bit of inquiry from local governments. Currently, we have a regional office in Ethiopia asking us to promote about 7 areas. What the Australian government can do would be to use the Chamber or to co-work with the Chamber in order to match the demand from that and then the supply we can create from here in order for them to work together. When individuals or businesses try to approach Australian businesses to partner to do business in Africa, you'd be surprised to see how resistant Australian businesses are. The gentleman there, Emery, and myself, been having discussion about cold chain business in Nigeria and Ethiopia with a couple of businesses. Very polite as they are, but they sit down and they go, Minty, you're asking me to go to Ethiopia to do cold chain? Now, they are already doing that here in Australia. And you ask them, and politely they tell you, how about the sovereign risk? How about this? How about this? So they have a long list of areas of concern they have. And what we've been saying to them is that, of course, there are risks everywhere. It's just that do you have the risk mitigating systems and processes? I'll just pause here and see if Bill could add to that, because he's also been a party to a few of these conversations when it comes to trading in Africa.
My colleague Minty, as a good economist, takes the macro view on these things. My expertise is really with SMEs. Okay. So as much as everything that Minty has said is absolutely true in terms of the form that trade needs to take, and there's no doubt that infrastructure represents existing beachheads for other Australian companies. The fact is that SMEs have risks of different types. They have different sensitivities. Australian businesses are remarkably difficult to prize out of the comfort of the Australian market and put into a global context generally. When we present, of course, a set of what I'll call novel markets, such as Africa, where there's very low understanding in terms of opportunities, business culture, everything else, it becomes more difficult. So to cut probably a 300-page thesis short, I'd suggest to the honourable members that government has a very, very big role to play in terms of introducing Australian SMEs into the African market. And when I use the term African, it's meaningless. We've got 53 countries. I would argue the first question is, where do we concentrate limited resources? The second question is, how do we deal with markets that are not like Europe, that are not like the US, that are not even like China, in terms of where we spend most of our effort and focus? I've had a lot of conversations with High Commissioners in Canberra, with business people in situ as part of other projects that we're conducting at the moment. All of them make the same point about the hierarchical nature of most African societies mean that the big people at the top need to be seen to be talking about initiatives. That gives the imprimatur for everything that cascades underneath to continue. So what does it look like? It means government to government, which enables institution to institution, which enables business to business. There's a structure to this. We typically don't follow it. We sign free trade agreements and say, off you go. That's fine where we've got great familiarity with the markets that we're dealing with. There's plenty of free trade agreements that don't get the big bang. So I'm suggesting to the honourable members that there is the opportunity to actually craft a more scientific approach out of necessity to bring SMEs into the fold. And again, where the Chamber is doing projects at the moment where we're trying to identify opportunities in markets. What are the barriers? What needs to happen in order to, say, put 4 new products into a particular market? All of that is about matching capacity and having an entrance strategy. So the government role is not the full continuum of what I'm talking about, but it is the necessary light switch in these countries. And we've got a lot of linkages. We've got so many linkages. The gentleman earlier, we've got a great diaspora, but I'd put it to you that that shouldn't be considered to be the driver. The driver has to be more solid. It has to be more powerful. It has to be more visible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Newman, do you have a question?
When I was listening to what you had to say before, it reminded me of that episode near the end of West Wing, where C.J. Craig is offered a position in the new Santos administration, but she accepts a position to lead an infrastructure fund in Africa set up by a philanthropist because she thinks roads and rail and infrastructure, port infrastructure, is the great barrier for economic development and the great barrier for health in the region. As I was listening to you, Minty, I was hearing her voice as that episode near the end. But if you go across parts of Asia and South Pacific, you'll see Australian government building things. We heard from Mr. Gibru that, and I've been to lots of different countries, and you'll see in Bangladesh the Chinese building a road to somewhere. Looked a road to nowhere, I thought it was, but building roads. We don't seem to be doing that except in certain countries in the South Pacific, and you'll see that. We'll build a sports stadium, we'll build a police station, we'll build things like that. Do we need to get to that point where we say infrastructure Australia, it's infrastructure Africa as well? What do we need to do to then encourage what Mr. Cole's grimacing when I say that, but I'm interested in where we go.
Well, we've got to distinguish between aid and trade.
Yes, exactly.
We've been down the aid path for decades, and I'm not saying it's been purposeless, and I'm not saying it hasn't helped us, but it's characterised us in a particular way. That's the feedback I get. Obviously, I've not been to Africa, but I spend a lot of time asking people in country about their opinions. We need to do something different, and in all honesty, that difference is probably different in terms of how we've looked at trade traditionally. But as I say, it's a novel environment. It's got, by my calculation, 15% of the world's population. It's got consumption growing on average at nearly 9% year on year. We've been involved in doing commodity matching between Australia's capacity and demand in these countries. Minty's done some excellent economic modelling on it. We know that there is a match at these ends, at the bookends of the continuum. It's the middleware that we've got to get right. And does it mean we need ambassadors in every country working really hard? No, because, I haven't yet come across things that we'd easily sell to Chad. And, there's a whole range of countries where probably it's too asymmetrical for us to really make a big difference. But there are others that are really interested in us. I was in Canberra yesterday with a High Commissioner who said, I can't understand why there isn't more interest from the Australian government in building on X, Y and Z that we were discussing. So it's not just being overseas, it's being conscious of who we've got in country, and not to quote the devil, but we need to make deals.
My final question, Chair, is it's your submission that there are risks, it raises costs and risks, the infrastructure problems in Africa. It's your submission from your body, the Australian African Chamber of Commerce, that this is a barrier for business. This is what you say in your submission. So I'm suggesting, we have to have recommendations for the government. What do we say, therefore, If it's not aid, as I forecast, what do we say to overcome this problem when we've heard evidence this morning and elsewhere that the Chinese and Indians are doing other stuff and we're not? Where are we falling behind, and how can they address that issue of infrastructure?
I think be okay for me to take that. There is a lot that can be done, and I happen to have been trained as an economist and work for the Productivity Commission. If the Australian government can facilitate between Australian infrastructure developing private companies and private companies in Africa or governments in Africa, and play the role of filling the gap or stopping the barrier for Australian companies not to proceed with this sort of activities. For example, let's take Transurban. Right? They develop roads in Australia. I think they're in the US. They do those, lots of those infrastructures as well. But you're highly unlikely to see them have the appetite to go to Botswana or Ethiopia or Sudan in order to do that, because they're a public company. There's board of directors. The risk is just too much for them, no matter how sincerely they want to be involved in it, how much opportunity they see. What the Australian government could do through existing agencies such as Export Finance Australia, Austrade, etc., is to de-risk that entry, right? And when I say de-risk that entry, I don't necessarily mean that take the risk from the private sector and put it on taxpayers. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that as a government, at the government level, you could have that conversation with the Botswanian government or with the Sudanese government or with the Ethiopian government in ensuring that their investment and capital will be secured, right? And because that's actually how the Europeans and the British and even the Americans do, is that there are a lot of export insurance types of agencies through the World Bank and the like, where those instruments can be used. That way, when the CEO or the CFO pitches the idea of going to Botswana because there are 20 Australian mining companies, they're not BHP, they're not Rio. We're talking about, the sort of Sandfire type of companies where they can't really have their own rail, right? Too expensive for them. In which case, they can partner with Australian companies and they make that accessible to the public. So, as you can see, the role for the government is clear. It is sovereign power to have a conversation with another sovereign, but also bringing the sort of the World Bank's Export Finance Australia to the table and design a risk mitigating product and instruments, so that when Emery and I go and talk to people, we can say to them, okay, your concern is sovereign risk. Well, in this case, Export Finance Australia can actually guarantee you through this sort of system. You just have to make this much, premium. Again, it needs to be a market rate. It's not about shifting it to taxpayers. It is actually making sure it's facilitating it and pricing it and filling that gap. That way, a business in the Dandenongs would be more than happy to go to Africa and do that, knowing that their investment is not going to be exposed to unnecessary or very high risk, I guess.
Can I just add there, because I'm Duncan Harris, if I could just add there that the initiative of the MOU with the Continental Africa Free Trade Area Secretariat is very important in terms of the harmonisation of relationships there, the protocols of engagement. We ourselves, as probably some of you know, we initiated the visit by the Secretary-General and his executive team to Australia some 3 or 4 years ago, with a view to this whole issue of partnership and opening up, and we have an ongoing engagement with AFTA at this stage. And we see that as the frameworks being set to enable companies to feel comfortable with engagement.
I think there are broader considerations in this, so, EFIC or whatever it's called now, lender of last resort, why can't it be insurer of last resort? But I think, the strategic imperative around trade diversification has never been a clearer consideration that really has to be answered. And it's not about pouring more money into North Asia, honourable members. It's got to be something different. And we've got a continent that represents, at best, probably about 1.2% of our global trade. It's not the only one. South America's hopelessly undercooked as well, but yeah, and they represent similar problems. So, you know, what's wrong with looking at whole area, you know, half the globe that we don't have anything to do with, and start building bridges? I would argue that that is definitely in the purview of government. We're very comfortable with large business doing what it does, but quite frankly, large business doesn't need government assistance mostly. It makes its own choices. It has global networks. It has its own ships, so it doesn't rely on freight forwarders to get goods to and from a particular place. I believe that the role of infrastructure in this is definitely door openers, but I think the roads that are built have to lead somewhere. Why not to a refrigerated warehouse? Why not to a processing plant? This is where integration of infrastructure with productive activity of an ongoing nature is an area of collaboration that would represent a whole plethora of different economic development programs that were commercially based and not aid based.
Can you take on notice, on page 9, 3.1 in the last paragraph, you talked about EU firms, often multinationals, having the resources and networks to overcome the barriers that Australia. So I was being a bit contrarian by talking about infrastructure paid by the Australian government. But you say that they have the ability, those companies, to do what our companies don't, and they overcome the barriers. Can you get us some information about what EU firms and multinationals are doing that our companies are not doing?
I can give you one right now.
Yep.
Honourable Member, I was discussing payment platforms with a Ghanaian citizen last Wednesday night who's in London putting together a payment platform for a European government, a small nation, who has decided that Ghana would be a great destination for, they really want to push their e-commerce into Ghana. They've got the electronic transmission side of things all fixed up. Everything's fine except that they've got no means of clearing non-traded currencies easily. So the Ghanaian currency is not a traded currency. Things like that. Nobody's got any problems with US dollars or pounds going in. It's dealing with local currencies out. So this particular country has got this person to start developing effectively a treasury function for these non-traded currencies on the west coast of Africa, so that their firms have got the means of selling and getting value back for their goods. So the layer of logistics, tick. The layer of transaction basis, tick. The goods return, all of that, tick. Can't get paid. That's what small businesses look at, and if you inflate that, it's the same problem at the level of big business, but typically you have the very large, in the case of Europe, European countries rolling in and cutting deals. We need to cut deals. And it doesn't have to be commercial deals, it's about how-to deals.
Thank you. Mr. Batt, did you have a question?
I do have some, thanks, Chair. On similar network, Mr. Newman was just saying, in your barriers and impediments, you talk about the EU firms benefit from extensive diplomatic networks and collective risk-sharing institutions. And then, did you say that you have an office yourselves in Africa? Was it mentioned before? No, I thought someone had said that you actually have one, because I thought that was very interesting. But to go on with we have Australia's diplomatic and Austrade footprint is quite limited in Africa. Can you see the difference between the EU, where you mentioned that they have a good footprint, to us, what the issues are? Can you sort of go through what those are, the negative perceptions, and how can we do it better? as Australia?
Well, we have 3 Austrade offices across all of Africa.
Yep.
In Nairobi, Accra and Rabat. We have 9 DFAT offices, but quite frankly they're under-resourced and they often have more countries to look after than they have staff. We are very actively in conversations with these respective offices. In fact, we're undertaking quite a major project right now for Austrade. We're being contracted to provide 3 reports on agribusiness opportunities in Ghana, Kenya and Uganda. And so last Wednesday we're on conversation with Jemima, who heads up Austrade there in Nairobi, trying to talk about how we can best facilitate these entrees, etc. Our objective is to create pathways into Africa for our Australian companies.
And you're doing it on behalf of the, by again being contracted out because we don't have enough.
In that instance, yes.
But this is a very important point. If we're going to talk about, excuse me, the structure of delivery, the fact is Australia has limited resources. What else can be leveraged in order to be surrogates for agents of subordinates to government concerns? And at the layer that we work, which is what I'll call commercial institutional layer, where it's you know, the Ghanaian National Chamber of Commerce to the Australian African Chamber of Commerce, that's powerful and useful too. But we do need, you know, that door opening at the top to give the imprimatur for everything that goes underneath. So there is a need for, clearly a need for greater diplomatic effort, but does it need to be persistent and does it need to be in situ? You know, maybe the answer lies with the representatives that we have in Australia. You know, anecdotally, they're possibly not used to the full extent that they could be either. There's it's a network approach. From trade is a network approach, but in this instance, I think it's very much a problem to be solved, and I think it is soluble.
And, yeah.
To that, Mr. Butt. It is in a way understandable that, you know, Australia may not be investing in having diplomatic relationship across each and every African country until it becomes necessary, justifies the investment. There are other innovative ways we can do that. For example, there are advisory businesses where, you know, the Australian government could engage with in order to promote and facilitate the trade investment. My day job is advisory, so I need to disclose that to you, but this has nothing to do with that. It's just the sort of idea that comes to mind is that if there aren't resources for the Australian government to have, you know, Austrade office in Nigeria and Cameroon, there could be businesses there, advisory, trade promoting businesses with whom we can partner. And if there is inquiry that comes to Austrade saying, I'd like to go and promote my product to Nigeria, we don't necessarily have to say, no, sorry, we don't have offices there, we can't help you, or we'll just, you know, randomly do that. What we could do is we could actually partner with those businesses in order for them to provide that support. So by doing that, you can maximize the sort of the resources Australia could allocate to those sort of. So there are those sort of, you know, innovative ways that can be done.
And just to add to that, if I may, one of our partners is Denton's, a significant law firm around the world. The head of Denton's in Uganda is now the honorary consul for Australia. So you're finding that there are these appointments that are being made to extend the reach of DFAT.
Right. Thank you. I'll let someone else go because we'll.
I don't know if Mrs. Up here or Mr. Georgianis. Have you got a question? Yeah, great. Yeah.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for your paper, which was very good. I had a couple of questions about the legal and regulatory burden that the paper spoke about. What does that actually look like for Australian SMEs, for example, wanting to enter the African continent? And then I noticed that one of your recommendations was that government would provide sort of de-risking strategies and advice and guidance in relation to that regulatory burden to SMEs. And I did wonder, do we have that expertise here in Australia to do that? And then finally, you talked about the legal risks, like contracts are not enforced, there's corruption, etc. But what jumped out to me was that Australian companies, you say, are particularly exposed because of the anti-bribery laws here in this country. So what does that mean, and what are you kind of suggesting? Obviously not that we change our anti-bribery laws, which are world leading, but how does that limit Australian companies doing business?
I mean, look, the big myth in international trade is that the 1% that you don't sell to Coles or Woolworths, you put on a boat and you're an international trader. Well, you're not. Any cross-border transactions have a whole list of issues that need to be considered, Incoterms, contractual arrangements, etc. So the starting point is about, are you fit for purpose in terms of global markets? If you are, a lot of these things can be designed out. So depending on the weighting of buyer and seller and their powers in the transaction, you can design, if we have the appropriate payment facilities in place, you can design out a lot of risk. If you have particular modes of entry into a market that involve a joint venture with a local who you trust, then you can control your goods past the border. There are lots of prerequisites that can be put in place. I think I continually loop back to the idea of business is a social activity, and you can have as many pieces of paper as you like, but at the end of the day, if you don't have someone you trust at the other end, it's all going to fall over. It's writ large in a lot of the African nations, there's no doubt about it, and it's very prominent to us. But clearly, vast numbers of European and US companies successfully trade into Africa. The Chinese and Indian examples as well. There's something like, I don't know, $100 billion plus of investment every year in Africa that's successful, and that won't be putting something in a box and sending it to Africa. It'll be businesses having to operate in the environments that we're very concerned about in terms of risk. We've just got to pull it apart and find what are the three ways that you have a good chance of being successful commercially in Kenya or Uganda or Accra. It won't be a one-size-fits-all, but this is where we've got to decide, is Africa significant to us or not? And I'd put it to you that it probably should be.
I might suggest, just because it's the time and we've still got other members, just my questions on the transcript, just in terms of, do we have the expertise, what are the legal and regulatory burdens, and what was meant by the anti-bribery reference in the paper, and how that exposes Australian companies. Maybe that can just be on notice. Yeah, thanks.
Great, all right. Other questions?
Chair, thank you. Perhaps just a brief question. Mr. Cole, you referred to the number of Australian representatives in Africa, and that was pretty low compared to perhaps what we might have expected. I appreciate that that's an issue in itself, but can you identify any example whereby the Australian government perhaps could have done more and perhaps do a comparison with another country where an opportunity arose and the Australian government in another part of the world actually did more than what it might have done in Africa?
A particular project or transaction you're referring to?
Yeah.
Members up here. I can't off the top of my head. I can actually. We're well aware of a particular success story. Maybe if we could flip the idea, the Endeavour. If you'd like to talk to that, Duncan.
Well, actually, it's a New Zealand gentleman who's, in his own way, made a significant amount of money in Eastern Europe, but decided to come into Africa, and he's currently building 7 major cities across 5 countries, each of 5,000 acres. One is, I can specifically instance Tartu City, TUTU City, just north of Nairobi, 5,000 acres, now up and going. And it's all mixed use, if I can put that, from education through to residential, commercial, etc. And indeed, it in terms is now playing a role for another major project we've got, which is to do with education. Because to come back to the comment made a little earlier, basically 1 in 5 of the world today is an African. By 2050, it'll be 1 in 4 because of the so-called demographic dividend. By 2035, though, it'll actually be only two of the working people of the world will be African. 1 in 2, rather. So we're actually working consciously with some, we're calling it the ecosystem of education, to see young Africans that are being identified, nurtured, educated, and this is in conjunction, by the way, with the World Employment Federation, and with a view to placing these kids around the world. So it's a major initiative that we're part of today.
So the key piece was the proposition around these cities, drawing in, the major designers and contractors are Melbourne-based. The flow-on concepts around the education and global employment initiative out of those endeavours is again a Victorian Australian. Once you're in, it spreads, and the reputational dividends as well as the economic ones will be very, very substantial. Not immediate, but very, very substantial. And that I would suggest to you, and obviously there's a lot of detail behind it, but that I would suggest to you would be a really interesting case study in terms of the mechanisms. We know that they've had difficulty in a couple of jurisdictions dealing with the kinds of issues, Member Clutterham, that you put forward, but they've overcome them, and there's good examples of how to. And I'd put it to you all that we're not devoid of case studies that we can use to say, well, how do we generalise that approach? Not necessarily the specifics, but how do we generalise that approach in terms of other countries?
But I take it that was purely a private initiative that was not reliant on government intervention or support.
It wasn't reliant on Australian government intervention, but it was certainly reliant on African government cooperation.
Yeah, on the African government from their end, yeah.
Yeah, so it started at the top,
Yep.
and went down that top-down mechanism.
Thank you.
Ms. Jarrett, do you have a question?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to expand on the comment you made in relation to payments and the collaboration that was happening in terms of trying to address what's going on in Ghana. Is that whole payment system an issue more broadly that really is holding back import-exports between Australia and Africa, like across other countries?
There are certain jurisdictions. I mean, South Africa has got all the banks you'd possibly want. I think they're fine. The shift of the major automotives and the other industry development in Nigeria has meant that that's a jurisdiction that deals with currency issues well. Minty, I'm not aware of most of the East African circumstances, but I mean Kenya is well placed.
I think Kenya is much more advanced than other countries for a number of reasons. I think Ethiopia just started liberating its financial institutions in the finance industry. I don't think foreign banks were allowed to operate there, but currently they do. But I think that the good, one of the things about these sorts of variation in regulation and where the African Free Trade Area comes in for Australian companies is that if you can set up your business, that includes the payment, etc., in a country such as Kenya, that has a free trade agreement with the likes of, say, Ethiopia, where it's probably difficult to get money in and out. because there is no restriction, at least theoretically, between those two countries, then for Australian businesses, they can actually focus on a country whose regulatory regime is a lot more conducive to business than others. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So that's the focus. That's a priority would be to get more trade in those markets as entry points and then allow the utilisation of the intrastate trade arrangements to work. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree
Okay.
very strongly with that position. Once again, with the number of countries, we're not talking about all of them. We can't talk about all of them.
No.
And our matching our capacity with an appropriate economy that's interested in purchasing or our investment is probably another really important factor. So we start off with all of the countries. I think the final set would be quite limited, and that would represent the starting point, I think, of the questions around, well, okay, there's symmetry between the two of us, if only at sector level. How do we progress it? I think the other point to note is that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat had a very, very smart group of people dealing with the intracontinental trade and the issues of currency and exchange. That was they recognised that as being a hugely important aspect that they needed to harmonise between the member states, along with internal tariffs.
All right, might just
Thank
go
you.
one final
That's helpful.
question to Mr. Georgianos.
Thanks. Apologies if it's been discussed before my arrival. I just wanted to know what role does the diaspora play? We've got an emerging and growing diaspora here in Australia, communities, and you look at my electorate, for example, of different African communities. There's everything from small business, from barbershops right up to fairly medium-sized accounting firms that have been started up. Are government agencies, government departments using the diaspora or engaging with the diaspora to build those relationships in Africa and enhancing our trade relationship? What role can the diaspora play as well in terms of local knowledge in different African nations?
As being the only diaspora probably, I'll take that question. That is an enormous asset Australia can tap into. As you said, the diaspora community ranges from small businesses such as the barber shop all the way to medical professionals and university professors and the like. So it's quite diverse in that, and it can be used as almost a bridge between Australian businesses and African cultural tie and business tie. In fact, I happen to know quite a few Australian African diasporas attempting to go to Africa and set up business and the like. And often what you hear is that as much as they try to partner with Australian businesses, they are themselves faced with similar challenge, which is if you go to an Australian business and say, look, you have an amazing technology when it comes to animal husbandry. In a town I grew up, we have a lot of animals. However, the productivity, et cetera, is very low. Can we partner? And often, the Australian businesses find that difficult. Yes, you speak the local language. However, we don't do that. Is the sort of challenge. Now, I'm not aware of any government policy that encourages or tries to partner. But what I would like to highly encourage you, if you agree with this proposition, is that to actually have almost a sort of program to encourage Australian businesses to team up with the diaspora that can connect, that could create that bridge between the two continents. Because there's a lot that can be said about having business who understand the culture, speak the language, they can find their ways around the challenge. For example, the sort of anti-bribery challenge. If I, as an individual or a small business owner, go to, say, even Indonesia or India to do business, the likelihood of me being exposed to, a very severe bribery types of activities is quite high in comparison to if I'm teamed up with professionals with a legal background, with the weight of, if I try to bribe her or to ask her for a bribe, otherwise I'm not going to shift my pain, then I could get in trouble. There are all the signaling that can happen. So if I may, one of the recommendation I would like to see, if you agree with me, of course, is to have a program that encourages Australian diaspora community to be involved in encouraging the business activity, from Australia to Africa. I often say to people that the critical asset Australia has to offer Africa is actually the intellectual property. Yes, there's a bit of financing, but the rest, you can actually source those ones from the local market when it comes to resources, when it comes to how to do business. They are all in a better place. It is, the way of doing those sort of things. As Duncan said, I am in the process of putting together a report for Austrade in terms of agriculture opportunity in Kenya. And as you go through the data, what you actually see is that there are sufficient animals in Kenya. But when you look at the productivity per head of a cattle in Kenya as opposed to Australia, there is enormous, difference. And you just go, wow, why can't, someone do something about to bridge that gap? And how can we encourage, Australian feed manufacturers to tap into the African business and share their knowledge, in terms of enhancing.
Can I just add to this comment, if I may? With the issue of interacting with the diaspora, which we're proactively trying to do, but the reality is the diaspora by and large are a first generation, if not second generation. It's of itself. There's thought to be 500,000 Africans in Australia, 120,000 in Melbourne. We actually reach out to them in various ways, but they're essentially their own community groups, and understandably so because of the cultural connections. We've, for instance, just by some 3 or 4 years ago, we have got involved in what's called the Blue Nile program, which is a Melbourne University program, which is to nurture young African Australians who are just, if you like, in start-up businesses. It's housed in the Melbourne Business School, and we in turn provide mentors to those young people coming through. So we're trying to create bridges in our own way, but you're quite right. It's a massive opportunity with great talent out there, which we've yet to properly capture. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. we'll now resume the hearing. I now welcome representatives from the Australia-Zimbabwe Business Council to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Sure. My name's Evans Mukonza, and I'm the president of Australia-Zimbabwe Business Council.
Yep. And my name is Dennis Zimba. I'm the secretary for the Australia-Zimbabwe Business Council.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. And I might start with you, Mr. Georgianis.
Steve Georgianis, Federal MP for Adelaide.
G'day, David Batt, a Federal Member for Hinkler in Queensland.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Claire Clutterham, I'm the Federal Member for Sturt, which is in Adelaide's eastern suburbs.
Tony Zappia, Federal Member for Macon, again in Adelaide in South Australia.
And on teleconference?
Madonna Jarrett, Federal Member for Brisbane.
Sam Lim, Member for Tangney in Western Australia.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity to appear today. We welcome this inquiry strongly and support its direction. Australia's engagement with Africa remains limited, fragmented, and heavily concentrated in mining. Despite clear and growing opportunities in agribusiness, workforce development, and broader economic partnerships, our submission reflects this. However, we would make one key observation. The gap is no longer strategy, it's execution. Through Australia-Zimbabwe Business Council, we operate at the intersection of policy and implementation. In partnership with local stakeholders, we're currently involved in developing an integrated agribusiness and training platform at Shamva Agricultural College in Zimbabwe. This model combines commercial production, skills development, and local value chain integration. Importantly, this initiative is now entering its commercialization phase, where systems are scaling and aligning with market demand. We're also preparing to replicate similar models in Uganda, Lesotho, demonstrating that these are scalable regional platforms rather than a once-off initiative. A key enabler in this is the African diaspora in Australia. Many professionals across agriculture, mining, and other sectors have seen what works here and are actively working to replicate those systems in Africa. They understand both environments and how bridge the gap that often causes well-intentioned programs to struggle. In our experience, success comes from moving beyond concept into demonstration and then into transformation. So Australia has already developed proven approaches to market entry, such as Austrade's landing pads. There's a clear opportunity to adapt these for Africa, particularly when we combined with on-the-ground platforms and partnerships. So just to conclude my, sorry, just for a second here, I'll just bring this up. Yeah, so just to, so the three main areas of impact that we just would want to discuss for Australia to be involved in is supporting pilot programs, improving mobility and workforce pathways, leveraging diaspora business councils for delivery. So as a business council, we have been fostering trade and investment for Australia and Zimbabwe since 2012, assisting Australian companies that want to have a footprint in Zimbabwe. Yeah, I think that concludes our introduction.
Thank you. I might just start with just a question. You were talking there about, I think it was the labour mobility pilots. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what does that look like? What sort of priority sectors are we talking about? And
So, Dennis Zimba. So when you talk about labour mobility, if you look at most of the students that are actually coming to Australia, and then especially over the last couple of years, most are actually professionals. They are in the mining, some of them are in the allied health sector. So when you talk about labour mobility, it's actually putting in policies and procedures in place that allows the free movement of those two counterparts. The other aspects when you talk about labour mobility, because there's one thing also about having labour coming to Australia, but then there's also something about having something sustainable in Africa, whereby if you actually then train the local labour force, Australian companies would also then be able to actually go there. So one thing that can also a key aspect, it could actually be training where we have universities from Australia actually offering courses within Africa. And then as part of the work experience program, those people actually then come to Australia and do some work experience for the exposure. When then they go back, it also becomes key networks, and then they also become almost like honorary diplomats for Australia because they've actually seen what works, and then they can replicate it back home. And then it also becomes easier for Australian business because then we talk the same language. We understand how they operate, and then also understand how things actually happen in Africa.
And what sort of priority sectors are we talking about?
So at the moment, the key priority sector that I can think of, Chair, it's agriculture, agribusiness.
Yeah.
So the reason why we say agriculture, because it's a low-hanging fruit. And then I know Senator, Chair, when I came to Australia, I always liked to do agriculture. But then, because obviously you're coming from Zimbabwe, parents usually have to be a professional. They prefer more if you go to doctor or accounting. But then you come here, then you do accounting. But then every time I travel with my kids going to visit my in-laws in all the way in Harvey Bay in Tugum, I actually make it a point of actually passing through farms within Australia. And then as you enter through an area, whether it's Moree or Bundaberg, you sort of see a town that's actually based on the industry. It's all agriculture. It could be sugarcane, but then you've got an in-whole industry that's actually supporting it. And then through that industry, you're creating employment, you're creating opportunities. So those are some of the key things that we sort of see where there's actually opportunity moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Batt, did you have a question?
Yeah, that's fine. Where was I at? Oh, I was going to ask, there's a couple there. So is there any particular barriers to trade and investment in Zimbabwe that would be useful for us to understand? And if there is there anything that the Australian government can do to try and reduce those barriers?
At the moment, I believe Zimbabwe has been trying to be open for business. I guess one of the key barriers, unlike Europe, where Australian businesses can just go to Europe or even travel to Europe, there's always the perspective about Africa. Most people get comfortable in places that they know. So what we're seeing to see is, although the Zimbabwean government is willing, opening up ventures, changing policies, actually then getting people to actually come there becomes a challenge. So one of the key things that we've also done for ourselves, like Evans has said in his opening statement, is we actually identify some of those constraints, whereby trying to go to Zimbabwe, it's hard because you don't know anyone. So we started off with a charity called Friends of Kaungwe, Senator. So Friends of Kaungwe, it's a charity that was established between myself and a friend of mine in a small rural village in Mzarabani. What he did, one day he went back and then he saw an old lady who actually used to take care of him and then recognized him. And then he called me whilst I was in Australia and then he said, what can we do? And then I said, it's simple, it's only to build a house, it's only less than $500. That was in about 2016. But then from that thing, something else bigger grew. We then talked to some Australians, started doing charity fundraising. We ended up actually then building a library, and then have more than 50 children on scholarship, boarding school scholarships. But then the most impactful thing that it did was when we then take some Australians that we fundraised with, they actually get to experience the culture, the people. And then through that, they also get to actually understand Zimbabwe. And then the other key thing that then also came out of it was more of, okay, you've got kids that have got an opportunity cost, which actually happens in most of Africa, where parents are saying, do I send my kid to school or do I make my child work in the fields? Because then they need to eat. So one of the key things, that's where we're now moving to sort of like a sustainable concept, whereby it's sort of like a landing pad, which is the partnership with Shamba Agricultural College, whereby we're actually then providing Australian skills, like what we learn here. As I said, I talked to farmers. I went to, I think it's one of the largest freshwater fishery project in New South Wales, and then I also talked to some farmers within Canberra, and then you sort of learn how they actually do farming, how you can actually put those things into perspective. And then one of the key things also that happens is most researchers in Australia are also from Africa. So you've got all these professional people from Africa, which could actually then leverage to actually go in. As my colleague said about the landing pads, so it's in order to actually remove that barrier to trade, one thing I believe is you start with a concept. From a concept, and then you go into a demonstration. And then after a demonstration, that would then lead to transformation. So in that sort of three-way structure, when people actually see things working on the ground, they would actually then be able to join in.
Actually, did you have a question? Yes, great. Okay.
Excellent. In your submission, you speak about the strategic competition, which is referenced from China, the United States, EU, India, Turkey, and Gulf states. So what, I suppose, and you say that it poses an impediment to Australia's potential in terms of its trade and investment with African nations. To what extent, and can you explain that a bit to us? The way I understood it is that these nations are making inroads and investments, and I think the way I read it was that the longer that we delay taking any action in terms of generating trade and growing the relationship, it'll be an impediment to Australia.
Yes, Dennis Zimba. So that is correct. So what seems to happen with Europe, even the African diaspora in Europe have been there for many more years than actually more of the the African diaspora in Africa. So when you talk of Europe, Europe has already a comparative advantage because Europe, obviously with the UK, those relationships have always been there. And then on the other aspects, when you then think of China, I guess it's more of, it's the risk appetite as well. Right? So for China, and then also people are facilitating their business. And then it's also in terms of financing. So then if you look at most programs that actually happen within China, some of them are actually then funded through grants by the Chinese government. So it actually then makes it competitive. And then it also reduces that risk appetite. Because in Australia, we are mostly looking at private companies. So private companies, the structure of private companies, the risk appetite tends to be significantly lower. So that becomes then the barriers to entry. That's basically where then we say then Australia, more strategically, Australia is lagging behind. So I'll give you an example of Prospect Resources. So Prospect Resources is the one that did the explorative studies for Arcadia Lithium Mine. Arcadia Lithium Mine, actually, I believe last week they did their first export of lithium, processed lithium. So Arcadia was listed on this, Prospect Resources was listed on the Australian Stock Exchange. They went through the feasibility studies. And then a couple of years later, 2 years later, they actually then sold it to the Chinese. It was actually bought to the Chinese on the Australian stock market. And then if you look at it now, when people talk about strategic minerals, and then you look at the amount that was paid then, I believe it was just over $300 million And then now if you look at the worth of it, the resources that are there. So one of the key things, advantage that Australia does have is most of them are actually junior miners. That's where then I come back to the risk appetite. Because junior miners, their risk appetite is higher. So they go to Africa, but most of the time they're limited in resources. So then they then end up going further afield to then look for funding to actually go into the production phase. So through those ones, you can actually see that if there's actually strategic to say whether is it strategic minerals or is it agriculture, and then look at the picture to actually then have people in the same room, or you've got the diaspora, you also have got those exploring companies. And most of them, I believe, they're actually based in Perth. And then one key thing about those ones, if you look at Prospect Resources, you look at Zimplats, you look at Invictus, most of them are actually former Zimbabweans diasporans. So that's why it's trying to see that most people that are actually investing in Africa are diasporans because they understand the market, they understand how things operate.
Just to add on that notion, I think what we were trying to really say there is we can see that Australia does not really have a strong footprint, especially within the southern region of Africa, commercially on a large scale. Most programs that the government has been involved in, they're not really commercially visible, must I say. It's more on an individual to individual basis, whereas when you look at other nations, India, China, you can see a lot of innovative programs in wind energy, in different sectors in agriculture, technology. So that's what we were really trying to explain on that part.
Do we have any questions on the teleconference?
Yes, Chair.
Great. Go ahead, Ms. Jarrett. Thanks.
Thank you. I saw in your submission that you talked about the Australian African Business Corridor model, and I don't know if you heard the evidence provided by the Chamber earlier, but they were talking about the fact that we should be considering the import-export entry in those markets where there are strong banking and payment sectors, and then utilising the interstate trade.
Could I just stop you for a second, Ms. Jarrett, and just get Mr. Lim to mute his computer?
Yeah, somebody's line is very noisy.
Should be right now. Go ahead, Ms. Jarrett.
Great, thank you. So I just was wanting to understand what your, can you elaborate a little bit more on what you see the Australia-Africa Business Corridor model to look like, and are there some critical corridors we should be focused on? That's the first one.
Yes, I guess the thing about Africa, it's broad. It's not just one continent, it's 54 different countries. And then each country has got its own unique, economics, policies, government, and then also opportunities. So when you sort of look at Africa, I believe one of the key things to open a corridor is to go to almost like a similar model to Austrade's lending pads. I believe that was from about 2016 when Austrade was launching lending pads in Korea and then Japan. Because the key thing, what that does is, instead of reinventing the wheel, you actually then identify companies or the diasporans that are in Australia doing similar things in those countries. And then you then bring across government people, policy, initiate stakeholder engagement, and then leverage on those ones. That would then actually open the pathway for the trade between the two countries. Because I know that I think for most of the hearing, there's been a question about GFAT only has got a few embassies within Africa. Then there's also about Australia at the moment. I believe they shut down their office in South Africa, and then now they're based in Kenya. So obviously resources do limit, but then it's more what else can you use to leverage that as an entry point.
Yeah, just
go to Ms. Clutter next.
Thank you. So we often hear about mining and agriculture as being, the main sectors where there might be opportunity or more opportunity for Australia to trade with the African continent. But I noticed in your submission you also talked about fintech and world-leading digital innovation. And I just wondered, what does that look like, perhaps in Zimbabwe, for example, and what role did you see for Australia in contributing in that industry?
In Zimbabwe, within the past couple of years, Zimbabwe, well, not a couple of years, within the last couple of decades, and more so, most recently, they have been putting a really big emphasis on ICT and appreciating data protection mechanisms more so than ever. I think more to do with transparency of business and to improve the ease of doing business to attract investors. We personally at the Business Council have never seen the ICT ministry more active than before, and this has got a lot to do with a lot of international technology that's coming in from different nations, particularly China and India, where we're getting a lot of expertise from those areas. Australia is extremely advanced in financial protection mechanisms, and we feel for the SADC region, not just for Zimbabwe, the SADC region, which is an enormous trading hub for Africa because of the ports that we've got down in Durban and in Walvis Bay, Namibia. Trade can improve significantly with with world standard trading platforms introduced. If world trading platforms are to be introduced, there are still some challenges in terms of transactional purposes that are done through reserve banks within Zimbabwe. Delays in payments. Like when we use OSCO here, transactions are quite instant in most cases, but we see quite a lot of delays in certain payments. So I think that's where Australia could probably come in and help with some of those policies in terms of anti-money laundering schemes. Yeah, there's anything else you can add on that?
I guess ICT also then plays a major part across, whether it's mining, it's agriculture, it's banking, it's finance. The reason why it's sort of more like ICT in agriculture, Australia biosecurity or agriculture standards are some of the best, highest in the world. The technology that Australia has can also then assist with that early planning, whether you're talking of fall army worms. So it's actually that technology, whether it's drones, where people are now using drones to somewhat to increase their yields, how to protect, early pest intervention, being able to actually monitor plants and diseases. Because if you look at Australia, there's so much funding through the Department of Agriculture that goes into research bodies. That's one of the key things that's also missing in Africa. Because in Africa, it's mostly people just show their own initiative, so there's not that control. But then being able to tap into those skill sets, that knowledge, that could make a tremendous difference. Because it could be a difference from a communal farmer having 2 tons a hectare on maize or wheat to more than 5 tons, just by introducing one piece of technology that allows them to be able to identify pests and diseases in a timely manner.
So it's twofold, really, 2 limbs to it. So Australian expertise in cyber, ICT, AML, for example, and then I guess harnessing that expertise to create an environment which is easier and safer and more secure to do business in, thus encouraging more investment from Australian companies. Yeah, thank you for that answer.
Ms. Jarrett.
Yeah, just thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the response that you gave in relation to the business corridor model. Does the current free trade agreement, MOU, etc., does that work for what you're talking about, or is that something we'd need to look at amending to facilitate that sort of business corridor model approach?
That's a business corridor approach. I think we missed that one, didn't we?
Chair. I can't hear anything with it.
No, there's quiet at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. I wasn't sure whether it dropped out of my end.
Did you hear?
Yes, I could. I think if you could please repeat. Sorry.
Yeah.
The question.
Ms. Jo, if you could please repeat your question.
Yeah, sure.
I was just wondering whether or not to facilitate the business corridor model that you were referring to in responding to my earlier question. Does the current free trade agreement MOU, does that work for that, or do we need to look at that those arrangements to better support that business corridor model that you referred to?
Dennis Zimba. So in regards to the business model, the MOU, I haven't actually gone into detail, to be honest, on the MOU. But then from prior experience, what usually happens with MOUs, like most things in Africa, we're good at formulating policy, writing stuff on paper, but then it's the implementation where most things actually do fail. So we can have a good MOU, but then the implementation part, if it's not actually structured properly, that corridor would not actually work. So that's where, as part of our opening statement, one of the key aspects that we did sort of speak of is having an MOU, that's a tick box, because it's more like a concept. The next thing is more of to do the demonstration, because when you demonstrate something, people will be able to see. Seeing is believing. So when they see that, they actually then have an understanding of what exactly it is means to be an Australian product. It's the similar things to people usually just in Africa. Most people use brand names. They see a Toyota, it's associated with strength. They see a computer HP, but then in Australia, most of the products in Australia are not that easily accessible in Africa, available in Africa. So then how do you introduce a product that's, as people in the ground haven't seen or actually understand how it works? So one of the key things about the MOU, free trade agreement, yes, it's a good tick box, but then the next thing is also then being able to supplement it through trade missions. When you speak of trade missions, it's not a trade mission where you've got people that come to Melbourne or Sydney. It's a trade mission where people go to the local regional areas because they see things in practice. Because you can actually associate a small town with a rural regional setting in Africa, where you see the transformation that's happening through a certain industry. And then how you also then bring in the value chains of being able, because one of the key issues that happen in Africa, I know there's a company that sort of grows jub, and then in Africa it's similar to what we call Masao. That company usually, I think it's from memory, 60 tons they actually produce per year, but then they usually are all sold out. But then you go to Africa, where we are in Zarabani, where we are friends of Kawungwe, all those crops actually go to rot because people don't understand packaging, they don't understand shipping, they also don't understand how to actually preserve some of those things. So that's how I always then come back to the three concepts to say, you've got a concept, now we need a platform to be able to demonstrate. From that demonstration, that will then lead to the transformation of opening up all those corridors.
Thank you. Your final question? Yeah.
Just on that, talking about the trade mission, sector-specific trade missions, I think is what we talked about in your submission through DFAT or Austrade. Is there any specific sectors off the top of your head that you think would be more appropriate to start with to try to do these trade missions?
One of the easy win would actually be agriculture.
Agriculture, yeah.
Like Africa, the population is growing with climate change, resilience, yields are dropping, and then there's so many other people to feed. So agriculture would be an easy win. And then that then followed by mining. But then I guess with mining, it's actually more of being able to actually take people to the mining areas so they can actually appreciate how mining actually works. It's more of, because one of the things that we've also noticed, sometimes when you get the trade missions, if they're too broad, you end up with people who are not experts in that field coming along. Mm-hmm. So you end up with more like policy people. But then what you're trying to do is, if you're talking of agriculture, let's then have agriculture researchers or people that are on the ground or universities. If you're talking about mining, let's have those geologists, engineers. So it has to be sector specific and it has to be actually targeted. So doing something that where you actually have your outcomes laid out firsthand before you go into it.
Thank you for for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 27th of May 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the subcommittee's public hearing until 11:05 a.m. Oh, I just realised it doesn't. Oh no, this is me. Yeah, that's fine. I'll now resume the public hearing. I now welcome the representative from Africa Media Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Clyde Salum Musharati, and I am the Director of Africa Media Australia, also a convener of the Afropreneur Summit Australia, which is a platform focusing on African entrepreneurs in Australia.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
I'm Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair, based around Ipswich in South East Queensland.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
I'm Claire Clutterham, the member for Sturt, which is in the eastern part of Adelaide in South Australia.
Good morning, I'm Tony Zappia, the member for Macon, also in Adelaide.
Steve? Mr. Georgianis? We might just do the introductions from the teleconference.
Good morning, it's Madonna. Sorry, good morning, it's Madonna Jarrett here. I'm the member for Brisbane in Queensland.
Good morning, I'm Sam Lim from Tangney in Western Australia.
I'm David Butt, member for Hinkler in Queensland.
Steve Georgianis, Federal MP for the seat of Adelaide.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
All right, thank you very much. I believe it is important for Australia to look at its trade, business and investment relationship with Africa. The continent of Africa presents significant opportunities for investment, and Africa actually needs investment. Australia obviously also needs to look at what it can do to develop its business relationship. There are already some very solid trade and business relations, especially in the mining sector, but I think there is room to expand that more broadly. And I believe that the African community in Australia, especially business-minded professionals and entrepreneurs, can play a significant role in that.
Thank you. Could I just ask about the role of media organisations such as Africa Media Australia in supporting diaspora communities and contributing to Australia's trade and investment with Africa?
Sure. Africa Media Australia is a platform that was founded in 2012, and we've been around for 14 years. The motivation behind that was that when you look at how Africa and Africans, African Australians are represented in the media, it's not always in the best way, and we thought that we could contribute to promoting a more positive image of both the continent of Africa, the African members of the Australian community, and everything connected to the Africa. So we play a significant role in not just conveying what is happening within the community, bringing a sense of identity in as far as the African Australian community is concerned. So we obviously connect to our culture, but we are part of the Australian society. We need to find a way to connect these two things in a very harmonious way, and media plays a key role in doing that, given especially that mainstream media has always been on the negative side. We thought that we could contribute by bringing a more positive side. And then beyond that, obviously, there's a need to build more than just some media representation or what is happening in the community. I am a strong believer in economic development and socio-economic development, social mobility, all that sort of thing, to ensure that members of the African communities here can not just belong but thrive. At the same time, also, we play a key role in connecting Australia with the continent of Africa. So whatever happens here can also be leveraged to improve Australia's relations with the continent in not just in diplomatic ways, it's cultural intelligence as well as business development.
Do you think there's like enough or is there more room for improvement in telling those really successful stories of trade between Australia and Africa?
Absolutely, because there's not much, and I believe at the moment, when it comes to an African-led media platform, we're pretty much the only ones, and we're very limited in our means to be able to have significant impact in the broader Australian society, although we have a very, very good presence within the African community. But the success stories in business and in other areas need definitely to be promoted much further. And Australians, general member of the Australian public still have very limited understanding of Africa, and that obviously will have effect on how Africa is being perceived as a destination for business and investment and trade.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
I just want to tap into the perceptions. We've had evidence that negative risk perceptions impact the ability and a willingness of Australian companies to engage.
Yes.
I'm just interested in your perspective there, because you did allude to it in part in your evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Africa is quite a far away place from Australia. Beside the geographical distance, there is limited sort of flow of information between Africa and the Australian public in general, and in that sense, because business investors are general members of the society, they have over the years absorbed lots of stories, many of which are quite negative, and that impacts on how they perceive Africa as an investment destination. Some obviously do take the efforts to study more what are the opportunities in Africa and how those can be leveraged, but others will just, because of the amount of information they get in relation to Africa that is quite negative most of the time, they wouldn't even bother looking at that. So that is a situation that needs to be addressed, I believe. Mining, in the mining sector, excuse me. In the mining sector, there is a lot of activities. For example, the Africa Down Under that happens in Perth every year, that has provided operators in that sector with a forum where they hear a lot of stories about Africa, and that explains why out of about 170 ASX listed companies that are in Africa, about 80% of those are in the mining sector. Yeah. That's partly because there has been a forum that has given them opportunities to hear directly about whether it's authorities from Africa or other businesses and companies that are already operating there. But there is no other forum that's of that size and magnitude that talks about broader business opportunities in Africa. So the perception of risk continues to affect many Australian business and investment communities in terms of how they engage and they leverage the opportunities that are open in Africa. When you compare what's happening, for example, with China, with the EU, and even the US, lately, for example, the US is aggressively now going to Africa. They've signed a big deal with the DRC for critical mining and all that sort of thing. But that's when you compare that to Australia, it's still very, very limited, and I believe there's a need to work more on improving that perception, and that's where I see the role of, amongst other players, the diaspora, in trying to improve that image. If we are supported, a platform such as ours, Afropreneur Summit, which focuses on entrepreneurship and business development, can be one such platform where we can try to promote other opportunities in Africa, have the opportunity to interact with people who present some level of interest, tell them about what is happening, and assist them in that whole process of knowing more about the opportunities and going to Africa and doing business over there.
My final question is, we see many African people involved in sport, in culture and dance and the arts, etc., but not many Africans involved in the media outlets, and you're Africa-focused media outlets and mainstream media, so that an African perspective can be put. What can we do there?
Well, I would say maybe quite egoistically support us as a platform, but obviously we're not the only ones. There has to be some policies, at the policy decision-making level. That there has to be some express willingness and action to support the development of various media platform or similar platform that actually brings more information, and also encourage people within the community, because I know the government at all levels, whether it's local, state, or federal, they engage with many African organizations a lot of the time on sort of the cultural stuff. There's a lot of festivals and all that sort of thing, and there has not been much in terms of looking at how that engagement can be broadened, especially in terms of business. I remember I interviewed the Assistant Minister of Immigration a few months ago, Federal Minister, and I asked him, why is it that most of the time the government will easily fund a festival, but they will not fund a business conference organized by Africans? And he couldn't give me an answer to that question, because we have attempted, for example, in our platform to get support to organize this, because we've been organizing business conferences in almost every state. We started in Melbourne and went to Queensland, Perth, and every place. But we've been doing this on our own without any sort of funding, and we've been trying to get some support. But the bureaucracy here, unfortunately, is that when it comes to the African diaspora community, it's mostly limited either to these cultural and festival stuff, or to some of these more pressing issues about youth, antisocial behaviors and stuff like that, and that doesn't help.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Batt.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from what you've just been saying there, we as the subcommittee have had information back through our evidence regarding visa issues with African students coming into Australia, but also some of our African trade delegations taking a long time to get them visas as well. Have you experienced that as well, or do you want to follow on with anything further?
And religious conferences too. As well.
Absolutely. The visa issue is very critical, because even for us, last year we were trying to get a few entrepreneurs from Africa to come here to attend our conference in Sydney and Perth, or even in Melbourne. They applied, they didn't get a visa. So obviously the visa regime, whatever it is quite stringent. And there are some good reasons for that, but I believe that if we want to improve relationship or the business and trade and investment connection between Australia and Africa, that is an area that needs to be looked at, because a lot of the time there are a lot of issues. Even people who should normally qualify for visa are denied visas. and that is a problem because you need to get the flow of people to be able to increase that, relationship and hopefully build business out of that.
Mr. Georgianis.
Thank you. And I just want to follow on a little bit more on from Mr. Newman's discussion and question. In terms of media in Australia, for example, we get a lot from what happens in the US, quite a bit from Europe, not as much as the US, but mainly UK. And then we get bits and pieces out of Asia occasionally. We'll get African media when there's a disaster, when there's something absolutely negative going on. So, and I think part of building relationships for terms of trade is giving drinking water to the thirst, to encourage that thirst to know more about Africa. And I think that's where the problem is. We've had migrants from all over the world in Australia. Africans have relatively been recent arrivals. In terms of the role that you play as an African media Australia, getting those positive stories where there's been economic development, increase in investments, is there a role for you to play in terms of getting those media stories into mainstream media here? How do we get those good news stories, especially about the economic growth of Africa, into our mainstream media? So therefore the Australian public, Australian businesses, Australian leaders get this better understanding. And I think there's lots of ways of getting better understanding, but media is one of the number one areas. What impediments do you face as a media outlet? And are there any particular ways where you do get those stories through?
Generally, it's quite difficult, although there has been some improvements in terms of the portrayal of Africa in general and African Australian communities in mainstream media. It's, I suppose, journalists here tend to leave stories about Africa to, some sort of gap filling exercise when they don't have anything else to put. They don't necessarily view that as something that will necessarily connect with their audiences. That's my impression. And what the role that platforms such as ours can play is if we are quite well resourced, then we'll be in a better position to interact more with Australian-based journalists to kind of sell the stories to them in order for them to be able to publish that. And I suppose also the government can look into some incentives. I don't know what form that will be to trying to get more of those stories in mainstream media, but definitely the diaspora platforms such as ours and others, if well resourced, can definitely play a key role in improving the rate of publications that come across on mainstream media about positive stories from Africa, whether it's in business or any other area.
And in terms of Africa Media Australia, how do you relay your stories or your news?
We are basically an online platform, and we publish online articles and videos and newsletters that we send to our audiences. And we, obviously, when you are online, you have visibility that is achievable anywhere, but you also need to be able to push more and with some marketing campaign to be able to reach out much further. Our reach is still quite limited, mainly because of limited resources, but there is definitely some gap there that needs to be filled, and the government can look at the best ways to do that by providing some form of support with that specific focus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharadi. My question was almost identical to Mr. Georgianis' question, so I'll just pick up on something you said in your answer. And also just make the observation that Mr. Newman made is normally the stories from the African continent that are presented here are largely negative stories. Although we did have Mr. Sawa break the 2-hour marathon on the weekend, and that's been very well publicised here, which is a positive news story. But you talked about, Mr. Georgianis asked you about barriers to developing relationships with the mainstream Australian media in order to, I guess, package up and sell or share African stories that can then be broadcast. And you said that it's challenging.
Yes.
I just wondered, like, what is challenging about that? And do you have an outreach strategy at your organisation that targets mainstream Australian media?
Okay, sure. Yeah, we over the years we have on several occasions reached out to a variety of journalists in mainstream media, because we have actually built some relations with them, especially journalists from whether it's SBS or ABC. The commercial media are often uninterested, but from time to time you come across some journalists who are happy to assist. In general, the response we've been getting when we reach out, and I have to acknowledge it hasn't been always, I suppose, a consistent thing that we have been doing, because at some point when we tried, we were not getting anywhere, and we haven't pushed further. But through the relationship we build, sometimes we go to do stories and we meet journalists and we build a relationship with them, and then we contact them when we need them, or they contact us when they need us, if they want to find out about some community representatives or any person whose story they would like to be able to publish. But that's at a very limited level. The biggest challenge, the biggest issue that I see is just that there's that lack of interest from mainstream media, and because of our limited resources in ensuring that maybe we push a bit further on an ongoing basis to try to find out, if we can establish relationship with the editors in chief rather than the journalist on an individual level. Perhaps that could yield some sort of benefit. I suppose we could look at perhaps having a forum where whether it's journalists or more senior management in some of these media can be sensitized to the need to publish stories from about Africa with our help, because we are in contact with communities. We know what is happening. We're watching the news back home, and we can always play that role. But various challenges do not always enable us to do that, and significantly is the lack of interest from the other side.
May I ask a follow-up, Chair? And what about partnering with Australian companies who are doing trade on the African or doing business on the African continent? So we've heard this morning, I think 170 was the figure given of ASX-listed mining companies that are doing business on the African continent, and there must be, it must be successful for some of them and positive, experiences for those companies. What about partnering with those Australian companies to, assist in getting that positive message out there? So rather than having the interest, or the outreach coming from African Media Australia, it's coming from, Joe Blogs and Co., who is working in Africa and has had a successful experience.
Yeah, that's possible. Although obviously they have to. Some would see the value in bringing such stories to the broader mainstream audience, or even to the Africa media audience, or the African Australian communities. Others may not necessarily engage because they may not necessarily connect with it. But if we have, it's an area where we can explore how that can be organized, and see if that provides more opportunities, but it's certainly an option that can be considered to see how that's work. As you know, as long as we have some solid organizational capacity, we will be able to do such things on a more regular basis.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think Mr.
One
Judge.
very tiny question, if I
Okay.
can. Sorry, I just had this thought. In December, January, the African Cup was on.
Yes.
Football.
Yes.
Round ball football.
Yes.
And that was screened through, I can't remember, it was SBS or one of the apps, Stan, here in Australia. But there was millions of dollars of advertising.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any sort of connection that made through any investments or any even advertising for Australian companies? So I just think that those massive events such as the African Cup was attracting millions of viewers from around the world, including Australians, who perhaps have not much knowledge of Africa, but love the game of football, but were tuning in. And you can see the screen constantly advertising breaks with advertising.
Yeah. Well, now it depends who's wanting to advertise, and you know, if it's Australian companies that want to advertise, take those opportunities to promote what they are doing, I suppose that is possible. But I'm not sure if you're wanting to ask whether it's an opportunity that we could.
Yeah, number one, it's a great opportunity for the next one, and number two, if you're aware of any successes through the last one. In December or January this year, I think it was.
I watch the Cup, and I'm always connected to a lot of these big events, but I'm not aware of any. I mean, I haven't really investigated how those advertising opportunities can be leveraged.
But maybe an opportunity for the next African Cup.
Absolutely,
for Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Sharadi. Thank you for your time today.
No worries.
If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 27th of May 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the subcommittee's public hearing. This two group. Hello. Okay, I'll now resume the public hearing. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Industry Group to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you. Louise McGrath, Head of Industry Development Policy at the Australian Industry Group.
Thank you. Alexander Mitrisky, Senior Advisor at the Industry and Development and Policy team, representing Australian Industry Group.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining us by teleconference today. Did you want to, Mr. Zapier, start?
My question is this.
Introduction.
Awesome. Tony Zapier, member for Macon in South Australia.
I'm Kate Clutterham. I'm the member for Sturt in South Australia and joined the border with the member for Macon.
Fiona Phillips, the federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
It's Shane Newman, federal member for Blair in around Ipswich in South East Queensland.
David Batt, federal member for Hinkler, which is regional Queensland.
And Steve Georgianis, federal member for Adelaide in South Australia.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement. Oh, sorry, I've done it again. And joining us on the teleconference today.
Yeah, I'm Sam Lim from Perth, member for Tangney.
And Madonna Jarrett, federal member for Brisbane in Queensland.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Australian Industry Group is Australia's largest and most experienced industry association, representing the interests of more than 60,000 businesses across manufacturing, construction, technology, defence, logistics and a broad range of other sectors. We believe that Africa represents a significant economic opportunity available to Australian industry, yet our engagement remains constrained by outdated risk perceptions and an institutional presence that does not match our commercial footprint. The starting point is scale and potential. As of late 2024, Australia's two-way goods and services trade with Africa was valued at $12.7 billion, and our mining investment has reached an estimated $60 billion. Yet these figures represent only a fraction of what is achievable. Africa comprises of 54 distinct markets, each with different opportunities and risk profiles. Yet it is too often treated as a single category in Australian policy and within Australian business. The principal barrier is not commercial appetite, but the absence of a cohesive strategic framework to support private sector entry. First, Australia must address the risk perception problem. Australian investment behaviour treats Africa as an aggregated risk category, despite substantial variation in political stability and regulatory quality across countries. Stable democracies like Botswana and Senegal remain underweighted, while capital concentrates in a handful of familiar jurisdictions. We recommend establishing an Africa risk differentiation and priority engagement framework modelled on the approach taken in other Australian trade strategies, supported by dedicated cross-agency deal teams drawn from DFAT, Austrade and Export Finance Australia. Second, Australia's diplomatic footprint must be brought into alignment with its commercial interests. With only 9 resident posts across 54 countries, Australian firms operating in francophone markets do so without the government-to-government backing their international competitors routinely receive. We recommend expanding resident diplomatic missions into high-growth francophone markets as a practical and necessary step. Third, the Memorandum of Understanding signed with the FTA Secretariat in June 2025 must be converted into commercial outcomes. Once fully realised, the African Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement will be the world's largest free trade area, uniting 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion. Australia cannot compete with China's 51 billion commitment to Africa over 2025 to 2027, but we do not need to. Our comparative advantage lies in technical expertise, regulatory governance, ESG compliance, digital customs systems and resource reporting standards. We recommend operationalising paragraph 3.2 of the MOU to establish task force that translate this diplomatic commitment into tangible outcomes for business. Finally, it's worth noting that Australian industry is already taking steps to diversify trade where practical support mechanisms are in place. As a member of Austrade's Trade Diversification Network, Australian Industry Group will be actively helping Australian businesses build resilient export pathways into high-growth African economies. We will shortly host a keynote event to bridge the knowledge gap that exists between Australian businesses about African market opportunities. In summary, we ask the committee to support a formal Africa engagement strategy, expanded diplomatic presence and operationalisation of the FTA MOU and a coordinated approach to trade diversification. Success will depend on sustained, practical engagement that lowers barriers and supports Australian firms to diversify with confidence. The cost of inaction is the loss of influence over critical mineral value chains and technical standards that will define the decades ahead. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. I might just draw on the diplomatic presence part that you were talking about. Can you discuss how Australia's diplomatic presence in Ghana aids risk perception and risk management and supports trade and investment relations, and what lessons can be applied to expanding Australia's diplomatic presence and trade and investment relationship to other African nations?
So the Australia presence in Ghana has been an important footprint within West Africa and has certainly provided a great entryway into the region. But it's only one person in a very large area, and so it is challenging for them to expand across the whole region. But we always see, you know, whether it's Africa or anywhere, having Australia, having a diplomatic and trade presence in market just breaks down the barriers and what the understanding is for businesses in what the risk profile is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Newman?
I mean, your submission, you talk about how our investment in the francophone markets with mining is worth about $60 billion. Have anyone talked to you about their experiences there and the challenges they faced in the mining sector in the francophone areas?
Well, the extractive industry isn't actually within our member profile. It's our members supply to that industry. Yeah. And so we don't necessarily have those conversations, but from what we understand, I think that the stability within those markets has given the confidence to go in, and despite not having any Australian diplomatic presence in the market. But it's always stability that people are looking for.
One of the things that I remember because I'm pretty old, I remember when we were young, we used to learn German and French at school. But over time, French has not been a language that is spoken that often. In schools, I look around and, you know, there's Indonesian and other things. We've focused on Asian languages, Mandarin, Indonesian, and other languages, and we're not doing a particularly great job at it, by the way. No, we're not. But French seems to be fallen off, you know, in lots of schools. Certainly in my area, I can tell you, I've got about 90 schools in my regional and rural electorate, and it's not a focus in some of those schools. So I'm interested in how our lack of French speakers in Australian commerce could impact this, and whether we've got a challenge in DFAT with francophones as well.
You know, it's an interesting question. Languages is a big passion of mine, and particularly Indonesian, and I studied Arabic, but my daughter studied French.
You sound like my youngest daughter, by the way, who's big on this issue.
And when my daughter wanted to choose French, because I was very keen for her to choose an Asian language, her argument was because of the colonial background, it actually gave her more countries to focus on. And of course, it's one of the languages of our multilateral institutions. But I agree. I mean, ideally, when you go into a market, you speak the local language because of the historical construct. French is spoken across a lot of these countries, and it would be very useful. And I think any language learning of any language is always valuable for anyone looking at international trade.
Okay. That's
Mr. Batts.
Thank you. I was going to ask, for the last question, I was talking about when we have trade come in or businesses come in with issues with the visas. When you're part of the Australian Industry Group, you mentioned that you do bring people in or have trade shows. Have you seen that yourself, and could you expand on that at all from issues with African countries?
Oh, you mean African businessmen visiting Australia? So we haven't hosted. Well, I think this shows we haven't hosted a delegation from Africa. So that shows how nascent the relationship is.
Yeah.
But when we've had, across Asia, we haven't had challenges with visas, but it could speak to sort of the backgrounds of the people coming in there, resources and wealth perhaps are not really in question. But no, we haven't had that challenge.
Okay, going to go to Mr. Zapier and then to Mr.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to the issue of risk, which you referred to in your opening statement. Do you have any insight into how China and perhaps India manage risk within Africa? And is it the case that with China, it's predominantly Chinese government investment, or is it private enterprise investment?
Well, deep pockets does eliminate risk.
Sorry?
Deep pockets does eliminate risk,
Yep.
and it's the Chinese government.
It's the Chinese government.
Yeah, and it's intentional that they're diversifying their supply chain for minerals beyond Australia. So it's very intentional that they're going into these markets. And as you may well know, China has traditionally takes a 200-year view of investment.
Yep.
Our investment pipeline is much shorter.
Are there any other countries that have invested heavily in Africa that are not government entities, that the investment is not coming from the government?
I'd have to take that on notice. We're not aware of that. I mean, Europe and particularly Germany is very interested. When Germany hosted G20, B20, they had a very particular focus on Africa.
Yep.
So that's a number of years ago now. And I remember thinking at the time we were missing sort of the boat. So there's a lot of interest in Africa from a lot of different countries. But I'm not aware of the private.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to how do you best manage risk, and has some country got a strategy that perhaps we should be looking at?
Yeah. Well, I mean, as per our point, just don't treat it as a homogeneous group. You know, the risk isn't even across the whole continent, and I think you need to be strategic in the way you would approach it.
Thank you.
Mr. Lim.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My question is focusing on education. On your paper, you say by 2040, there is a lot of more opportunity to expand to double to 240 million. And also we have the export opportunity for our Australian institution. And what is the obstacle, and how can we expand it?
So is this in terms of our trade diversification?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, so we point out that it is a very young population, which always gives opportunities. It's not the only way to measure the opportunity, but it is a beginning. And we do think that the secondary, or at least the tertiary education, is always a great opportunity, not just in terms of the export dollars that it brings to Australia, but the increased people-to-people links and breaking down cultural barriers. If we can see how international students, from Asia has really contributed, to cultural life within Australia, but also often when they go home and they, rise up in their own countries in terms of corporate world or in the political world, it makes a big difference in terms of how the two countries work together. So we think it's all part of this people-to-people links that we want to encourage to bridge the gaps within the two markets.
Recently, I have a conversation with Murdoch University, which is based in Tangney in WA, and the Vice Chancellor told me the numbers of intake from African continent have really half of them not coming to Australia anymore, and they went elsewhere. So from the trade diversification, what you can do to help the university for them to boost the intake again?
Well, I think we need to understand why these students aren't choosing Australia, and if the numbers are going down, why? Is it because others are crowding and so there aren't the spaces and the opportunity, or are they making a conscious choice away from Australia? So once we understand that, then it's easier to develop a strategy to address it.
Thank you.
Move to Ms. Jarrett.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Just a little technical problem at my end. I just wanted to pick up on some evidence that previous groups gave in relation to the importance of business corridors within the many and various African nations, but also there was discussion around it's really important to have the sort of first port of call landings for imports and exports, obviously where there's reliable payment systems so that monies can transfer, and then taking advantage of the intra-country trade. Do you have any comments on that? Does that seem to be a right way to go? And if so, are we missing any opportunities, I guess, or are there emerging opportunities where that, say, model can be enhanced? That's my first question. I do have one other one.
Okay. I think it is a sound strategy. I mean, often emerging markets often use free trade zones to provide that confidence to foreign investors and foreign traders that, when the products land, that they will be treated in a usual way. That's always very useful. And I think, it's a very big continent, so anything that would assist the free flow of goods in terms of logistics would also be essential.
Can you just elaborate on that last one a little bit, the logistics?
So logistics, trade, we have a lot of services trade, and we just talked about education. A lot of trade from Australia in terms of our high value goods is still goods. So it can live or die on the strength of logistics. And if we can see, how our market is expanded in India as they've improved their inland or domestic logistics system, I think that will also help within Africa. So as you say, the corridors will be essential to get products to market.
Yeah, and they said then that covers you're not just talking about infrastructure, roads, etc., but you're talking about tariffs between countries, things like that. And is there actually a role for Australia there, or is it really, is there a role for Australia in the part of that system?
Yeah, so you're right. Trade facilitation is essential, and so the FTA can help. I think the work that Australia has done on digital trade systems, particularly the pilots with Singapore, which means that it reduces the reliance on physical paperwork, that will be really important. And often as countries are building their infrastructure, they can actually leap generations ahead in terms of technology because they're not held back by legacy systems. So they can build digital first, which will be, I think, really essential and also help not just from a trade point of view, but in a intra-African trade as well.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Chair, I do have another question, but I'm happy to hand over to others first.
All right. I might go to Ms. Clutterham.
Thank you. I just had a question about the tier strategy, so tier 1. And I wonder what standards you would measure stable democracies and institutional maturity by. And does having a tiered approach, does that risk really narrowing the investment climate for Australian businesses wanting to do trade in Africa, because those who are not tier 1 will just get kind of left behind, as it were? And is that actually a necessary thing because of the nature of risk?
Well, I think, as I said, there's 54 different markets. And I mean, even if we approach, if we think about the way we approached India, also a federation, we didn't just say we're doing all of India at once. We prioritised in terms of opportunity and capacity on both sides. And I think it's essential when you approach any market. So it may well leave some out, but I think it doesn't prevent anyone, if they were going to make that investment and they're on their own, it doesn't stop anyone. What it does is bridge the gap for those who almost could. And so it sort of maximises the opportunities to expand the relationship.
Mm-hmm. And is the measurement is stable democracies by Australian standards, or what's the kind of the level?
Well, Yes, I mean, there's all sorts of indicators, whether, that World Bank and in terms of ease of business, there's a range of indicators that can be used. There's also insurance companies and other risk factors. So these would all have to be taken into account in the aggregate. And I should say, it's not, I mean, I guess technically it is a judgment call, but it's not as if we're insisting upon change. We're just making the assessment.
Yeah. And just on 3.2 of the MOU, in terms of its operationalising it, am I right in thinking that there's been no movement on a task force working group from either us or our African partners?
As far as we're aware, but DFAT may be able to provide clarification on that.
Thank you.
Okay, wrapping up. Sorry, time for one quick last question. So,
just very quickly, following on from Ms. Cullum's question on Tier 1, etc. And I know you've answered it, but just looking at the current countries that we're actually trading with and having, I suppose, more trade than others, and there are some countries, and one that comes to mind is Morocco, for example, where we have you have a stable government system. We're already sharing information on security. I'd say that apart from South Africa and a couple of others, they would be one of our highest importers, exporters, for both nations. Would that be the type of country that would be in a Tier 1 box?
Yes. Okay. So we're not necessarily going at a blank page. We're going to lean into open doors.
And then whether it be, I just use Morocco as an example, and therefore that would be a stepping stone into other nations. So at the moment, I suppose Morocco has got a good relationship with all African countries. That would be what you're envisaging in 2.1 in your submission? Yeah.
Yes, and I think getting company, so increasing the number of Australian companies who are in Morocco beyond those who are already there, and giving them the confidence to sort of branch out from that point.
Thank you.
Okay, and so final question to Ms. Jarrett.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on the operationalising the MOU and literally just getting on the ground and making things happen. Have you got some specific examples you can share with us on how we would operate potentially the MOU? And then are there any specific examples of, let's say, establishments or operations that could hit the ground running now that only need a small change to happen for it to take off?
I'm sorry, I really struggled to hear the end.
I'd like you to repeat that, Ms. Jarrett, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So what I was asking was whether or not you talked about operationalising the
We might get
MOU.
you to, sorry, Ms. Jarrett, we're just having a bit of trouble hearing. If you could...
No worries.
Yeah.
I'll
there we
cancel
go.
it.
That's better.
Is that better?
Okay, go
okay.
now.
Come back. Okay, my apologies, everyone. You talked earlier about operationalising the MOU, but really just getting down and getting things done on the ground in countries. And I was just wondering if you could give us two very specific examples. What has changed, whether that be in the delivery model of the MOU that's actually worked, and do you see that there are, I'll call them projects or operations that are just sitting there waiting for something to happen to get off the ground? It's just some examples that give a bit of colour to what you're talking about.
So I think, as I mentioned, the idea is to create task forces. I think one that we should start with is the trade facilitation, digitalisation of trade facilitation. There are many examples within Africa where, movement of money and et cetera has already moved beyond what Australia does in terms of digitalisation. We could certainly help by modelling what we've done with Singapore in terms of the trade paperwork. And so that would be a great sort of trial or pilot. And the other is working on regulations, particularly for the extractive industries and critical minerals, and in sharing what we know in terms of standards, the regulatory systems. I think that would help and provide more sovereign capability to the relevant African countries.
Thank you, that's helpful.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 27th of May 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Yeah. So we're going to the professionals. The subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. I now welcome the representative from the African Professionals of Australia Limited to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you for having me. My name is Uchechukwu Precious Ishiguzo. I'm the president of the African Professionals of Australia. It's a national not-for-profit for professionals, but I am the president for the Victoria chapter. So I submitted the report on behalf of our body, and I'm here to provide a witness.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. Might start with you, Mr.
Steve Georgianis, Federal MP for Adelaide in South Australia.
David Batt, I'm the Federal Member for Hinkler, which is in Queensland.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair and around Ipswich in Queensland.
And Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Claire Clatterham, the Federal Member for Sturt, which is in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide in South Australia.
Tony Zappia, Member for Macon, also in Adelaide.
And online?
Sam Lim, Member for Tangney from Western Australia.
Madonna Jarrett, Federal Member for Brisbane in Queensland.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you for having me and giving us this forum to share what we feel will actually increase participation of Australia into the African region. Australia is a wonderful country. The standards, quality of life is very high. And we've seen opportunities where leveraging Australia's standard of doing things, quality of outcomes, is what we want to engage into the African region, where standards are not measured, cannot be compared, and where we feel that that will add value based on the quality of output that is expected on the global stage. Africa has unique opportunities that, because the indigenes are not aware of what they have, they exploit it. A lot of exploitation is going on in the African region. But Australia is aware. They are conscious, they collaborate, they have deep discussions, they involve their technical expertise and bring out outcomes that benefits average Australians and the country at large. But in the case of Africa, has been overlooked because perception is key. People feel they do not have what it takes, and therefore anyone that comes with a proposition exploits them. So where Australia, Africa will come and deliver value for the region and to sustain that relationship with Australia is to up the ante based on quality of outcomes and based on standards, and to actually look at inward integration of those values and where Australia can become a strategic partner to achieve these in a long-term basis. And we know Australia is a multicultural country. A lot of migrants are here. Australia basically has a migrant story. And Australia did not get here overnight. And that is the kind of support based on experience, based on the achievement so far, to be able to look at how Australians of different backgrounds can be able to, piggyback on that experience and that knowledge to develop the African region and create that enabling environment where trade, policy, cooperation becomes an integral discussion point for both regions, so that citizens in Africa are not looking for where to go. They can go get the education, the knowledge, the experience, go back home and build up that region and look at how to improve that quality of life. And most Australians have mixed heritage, Australian Europeans, Australian Africans and all that. And a lot of callback from Africa are asking, what can we do to improve the resources, the knowledge and the capability Africa has? And most African Australians are already doing very well in different critical infrastructures and environments. And many are looking at how can we give back, how can we create a sustainable environment that builds capability, so that when they're engaging with the global stage, particularly Australia as a region, as one of the top regions in the Oceania region, we can integrate and build capabilities that sustains both the economic development of Australia and future prospects, and also to curate that standard back in Africa and create regional dependencies like mining, like defense, like agriculture. All those are key sector, high-risk sectors that, if merged together, like what we're having, the current geopolitical crisis, former partners are no longer singing the same tune. Trade agreements have changed. So it's become pertinent for countries to have diverse partners based on unique values that they offer and bring to the table. And this is where we feel that the Africa-Australia alliance will achieve the best dividends. Australia is a continent, Africa is a continent. Australia has an economic GDP or output of about $1.2, $1.3 trillion. Africa is exceeding $3 trillion. So you can see, despite the handicap it's having, it's still growing. So Australia has to now tap into that growing resource, growing capabilities, and see how they can institutionalize that to create opportunities that means well for Australia, creates economic empowerment, creates policy reforms, and now creates a coherent cooperation that makes it a regional support, just in case Australia needs to protect its resource base, its manufacturing base, its domestic market, its manufacturing market. Africa is a market. If Africa needs technical capabilities to build capabilities in infrastructure, in critical energy supply, sustainability, they can leverage on Australia's capabilities to also achieve that. So we feel it's going to be a win-win relationship, both long-term and short-term.
Thank you. I'm really interested in, I guess, some of those educational opportunities, Australia Awards and scholarships and things, and how they benefit, obviously, Africa and Australia. What's your view of that, and have you seen that work like in practice? Just wondering what you think of it.
Yeah, to be honest, I deal with a lot of African professionals who have gotten to the apex, and most of them are looking at establishing institutions back home, universities, institutions, to build that capability because they've seen it work here. And education is a major economic earner for Australia. But you have to look and match what benefits Australia long term and what benefits Africa as well. We know a lot of Africans come here, get education, and you know, if you see something you like, you wouldn't want to leave it. They come here, fall in love with Australia, will want to stay. And now the issue is there are too many people that are coming in on education. After getting education, they want to stay. Why? Because back home is not what they want to return to. They want to use this knowledge, gain the experience here, then maybe 5, 6, or 7, maximum 10 years, go back. But this is where the market opportunity is. Australia has a huge education market. Quality of education is very high here. So if that quality of education presence can be established in African countries where that urge for education, capacity building, human capability building, can set up campuses, education institutions, centers of excellence in Africa. Just like how, although RMIT, some institutions in Australia are doing that in Malaysia, but they've not done that extensively in Africa. We just see 1 or 2 and whatever. And the population is so much that education costs money, and the return on investment is not immediate. So it is one of the highly subsidized sectors, which, because of technology, it can be simplified. So there's many digital platforms, digital institutions that run educational supports and all that. So if Australia, because of it has created the capability that it's a world-class education institution, can provide that online, then if there is a demand for maybe healthcare, nursing, doctors that need establishing physical presence within the African region, why not? Because it's going to be a partnership between the African governments and the Australian institutional bodies. So we're looking at public and private sector participation. And you can now provide quality education, still make the income or the investments you want to get, and still protect your borders from overpopulation. And at the end of the day, people use that information to build where they are, rather than getting the education, then love it here because it's conducive, and take a while to come back and compete for not much opportunities back in Australia. So it would be a win-win if that can be done on a large scale, not just in a miniature scale.
Thank you. Mr. Newman.
What about mutual recognition of qualifications, which is really important to foster trade and investment? You know, I'm thinking of financial, accounting, legal, medical, allied health professional, trades. Where are we at that? And does that provide a barrier?
Yes, to be honest, the recognition of prior learning, because standards, like I said, Australia has a very high standard. Yep. Metrics that are documented, you can measure, you can compare. Africa has the standard, but there is no scale to measure the quality. So this is where recognition of prior learning can only work when wherever you're comparing to has a standard that is documented and recorded. So if the educational institutions in Australia already run assessments, before you come in, you run an assessment, your skill level to measure where you're at and to now recommend what next steps, that can be done within institutions in Africa. Benchmark standards, levels, capabilities, where they're good at, where they're not good at, where do they need support. This is where we provide the support. So based on those integrations, the education institutions will already have a standard benchmark. Like for instance, there were many African students going to the UK to get an education. Yep. And they speak, the means of communication is English. They speak English very well. And they still tell them to write tests of English competence. Every 2 years they keep writing. Why do you tell us to keep writing when we can communicate? You've assessed, I was taught in English, my results were in English. So why? So the Parliament looked into it and scrapped that out. So you cannot, you cannot measure the quality of something if you don't know what it can be compared to. So this is where the education providers can come in, benchmark the levels, the quality, then know where the weaknesses, know where the strengths are, then based on that barrier, deliver the outcomes you want to achieve. So that is actually the barrier that a lot of facing. Because when I came to Australia, a lot of people assumed I didn't know nothing. But I've been exposed to a lot of environments, both locally and overseas. But because my name tells me we don't know where you're from. So I was given benefit of the doubt that I don't know much. And now when I was given the opportunity to demonstrate what I knew, they felt, no, you must be cheating. You know too much. No, this is an exception. But no. Competing from an African country of 200 million people and to come out to be the best is not a mistake. Because just like everybody, competition is based on quality of consistency of results, how you're able to achieve it and whatever. So once you're in that mindset of quality, excellence, 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 wherever you go, you repeat that unconsciously, subconsciously. But in an environment that doesn't understand that kind of environment where you're coming out from, where competition actually is a differentiator, they feel we don't know, we can't compare, and that becomes a situation where a lot of people are kept within limits where they can really deliver, but because the standard is not there, they cannot actually measure up.
Thank you.
Mr. Batt.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard previously about, and I've asked it today, about Australia's limited Austrade and diplomatic footprint in Africa and the issues or concerns that some African countries have with that. And I noticed that in what your first recommendation is about strengthening Australia's diplomatic representation and trade presence in key African markets. I'm guessing you're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Could you just expand on what are the key African markets? Are they countries, or are they in particular markets in particular, or what is it you're meaning in there?
Yes, the top critical markets are technology, manufacturing, infrastructure, education. And there are some free trade zones have been provided in all these regions all over Africa. Free trade zones gives you an exception where you are protected, your investments are protected, there's commitment, long-term commitment for you, whatever you invest in, you give you a long-term security that your investments will work out because it's an unknown. And those free trade zones are actually where the country needs, or the regions need, that huge support. But they've subsidized it to a point where you don't start incurring costs. You don't start incurring unnecessary expenses that you cannot control, because everything is subsidized for you. The human resource, the land, the sourcing, the materials, everything has been subsidized so that whatever investment you're putting in, even if you don't make returns or break even in the immediate, long term, you're going to be profitable. Let me use an example. I'm from Nigeria, where I came from actually originally, before I settled in Australia. Oil sector has been one of the country's undoing. One of the richest in oil reserves, but the undoing. Because, like I said, people do not value what they have. And people come, they want to do business with you, they exploit you, they take advantage because you don't know any better, right? So the public refineries were kaput. They were being old, dysfunctional, modular refineries were recommended. It was not working because some people have been compromised. Now a businessman said, I want to do this. But the government of the day decided to create a free trade zone that you can put in your investments, but we're looking at a long-term return for you for the next 30 years. So that's why he was able to commit his resources, borrow money from all over the world, run it. And until he was able to build it, complete it. Now, look at what is currently happening in the world energy markets. If that did not come to completion, Africa would be in a very, very terrible position right now. Because there's refining capacity. They are now supplying to Africa, not just to that particular country. The output capacity is Africa. And there's still a long-term agreement to protect that investment. So all those Africa free trade zones are actually where Australia needs to focus on. What are the opportunities? Where are the benefits for us and them? How can we deliver these outcomes mutually for Australia and for the market? So at the end of the day, Australia energy dependencies, you can actually find out where can I get resources cheaper when I really need them. Where can Africa now get resources when they really need them? Because if I partner with you into an agreement to achieve something for a mutual outcome, I wouldn't secondly think about another partner until I exhaust my relationship with you. And look at Africa as a whole is more than 3 trillion. Australia is a region, it's a continent. Africa is a continent. So with the way it is going now, despite the infrastructural challenges, the economic challenges, it's still growing. So it's time to now tap into those free trade zones, look at the opportunities, set up institutions there, then look at how to even increase expats from Australia to come and work in Africa. You want to create employment? Send them here with good perks. That's what most of all the countries that come to Africa to really work, they don't go to Africa because they don't get anything. The perks are there, the investments are there, the salaries are better, fantastic compared to any part of the world. They will go and they earn more overseas than locally. So if that comparison, that opportunity can be created, you will see a lot of Australians going to work in Africa, and a lot of Africans going to Australia, like the cross-posting, get that experience, come back, see what works, see what doesn't work, then readjust and align accordingly. I think that will go a long way in helping both countries to remain sustainable long-term, because they are all regional and they have a huge market, the population is growing, and this is where we need to now merge those capabilities together to achieve outcomes for our long-term sustainability.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah, Mr. Sapia?
My question relates to the African Union, which I understand meets a couple of times a year. From your experience and knowledge, does the African Union focus on internal needs, or does it focus on developing trade links and the like with the external world? Is it more internally focused or externally focused?
Well, to be honest, the African Union, based on my own exposure and knowledge, are still influenced by colonial powers.
Okay.
So most of the commitments or engagements are aligned to regional powers, not necessarily to the African region as a whole, because there are still barriers, there are still trade issues, there's no cross-trading between African regions. Like, it's easier for someone like Kenya to trade with Germany than Kenya to trade with South Africa.
Right.
Can you imagine? But it's the same Africa. Because of the policies are not aligning to encourage that bilateral whatever. So this is where that's why some countries choose not to be part of the African Union, because they see, what am I benefiting here? Yeah. But I think they've been adjusting their modus operandi, by creating synergies. Countries are coming together, yep, rather than just focusing on what the African Union wants to do. Countries are looking at, within Africa, yep, are looking at synergies. What can we do for each other? Yep. How can we build capabilities? Yep. Now, once they have built that capability, now they want it to be more, to include more partners into it. They go to the African Union, that this is what we want to implement across Africa. It's just to, table your case, discuss the output or the benefits for Africa, and those who want to be part of it, become part of it. It's just like being respectful that this is what we've done, we want to include more people into it, and it has worked. So this is where trade discussions, but before you can make a position or make a claim that it really works, you have to demonstrate evidence. Where have you implemented this that it yielded these outcomes? So that's why African countries are coming together, 5, 6, come together, yeah, do something, it works, they table it, it's working here. We want to table it to the other African brothers and sisters. Do you want to be part of this? Immediately it becomes a voice for everyone, then it's integrated. Rather than just taking it to the union without any results to back it up. Because if it is not backed up, it gets to the African Union, then the regional influence looks at it, they block it before it can become, normal. But when the results demonstrate, we've done this and it's working, the regional influence cannot compare or cannot compete, because we've seen it's working here. We will benefit. No, we're going with this. Yeah. So that's how they've been able to, manage that relationship so far.
Thank you.
Have we got time for one more question? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I read in your submission, and your submission notes that we're underutilising the diaspora.
Yes.
And I agree 100%. And I think we're underutilising diaspora across every nation that we have trade deals with or that we're looking at getting into. And I look at my own electorate where I've got small businesses, medium businesses. Without free trade agreements, they're already importing, exporting amongst themselves because of the language, the culture. They understand the climate of the business community. Can you elaborate a bit more on how we could use the diaspora, in what mechanisms, when this is raised with government agencies and different departments and Austrade, etc.? It always comes back to me that, yes, we are engaging through the different Chamber of Commerces, etc. I'd like to get your view on that, how we could better engage with businesses that are already successful through the diaspora, with nations that we're looking to get a foothold into or build our business connections.
Thank you for that question. That's a very excellent question. And this Joint Standing Committee is one of those opportunities, you know. And to be honest, there are many African businesses that, like I mentioned earlier, we get calls back home that what can we bring to Australia and what can you bring to Africa? We have a lot of them. To be honest, we've tried some chambers of commerce and it ends. It's put under the shelf, swept under the mat, because there is no policy that supports that in Parliament, that supports businesses, regional businesses within the diaspora that want to now expand business opportunities. Yes, some say, but there are Australian companies in Africa. Yes. But before Australian companies go to Africa to invest, have you consulted with diaspora in Australia? Where are the connections? Where are the opportunities? Because we have the heartbeat. We know what is happening. We know where the opportunities are. And like I mentioned here, the free trade zones are one of those opportunities. Some feel I have to go down to Africa, speak with the locals and whatever. But to be honest, the locals won't tell you much. They will come, yes. But if you go there and invest without cultural intelligence, knowing the relationship there, your investment is gonna go south. So this is where the diaspora, we that are already here, we already know where the our African brothers and sisters or companies want the support. Some of them don't want the whole support. They just want, this is what we want you to come and introduce into our manufacturing chain. This is the kind of technical skills we want for the manufacturing sector or the health sector or the education sector. Can you increase that capability in that area? Once you create that capability in that area, then we need people to sustain that on an ongoing basis. So this is where consultation with African Australians here, this is what we want to do. Please, can you provide top 3 strategies on how to make this a success? And please give us strategies in dollars, cents, results, an average. If we do this, this will come out. How are you sure this is going to work out? What are the challenges? How can we mitigate that? So with those blueprints, the Australian government can now look at the framework and look at, okay, where can we start with? You can't put everything. Just look at, you prioritize. Where in the immediate can we start winning? Then where can we now plan in the long term? We've done this, we've learned from this, we've discovered this, we've learned from this. And to be honest, Africa, because Africa is a region, doesn't mean all of them have the same culture or way of thinking. No. There's West Africa, there's North Africa, there's East Africa, there's South Africa. The way they think is different. West Africa are more entrepreneurial, go-getters. East Africans are more laid back, relaxed. And sometimes they like some subsidies. North Africa we say we're going to do this, we do it. Just tell us, this is what you do, this is what we'll do. We'll honor that. So you need to understand the cultural significance of each region, how they do business, how they view relationships, and how we can now merge that to create tangible results. Because if you go in and think, because you've dealt with East Africa, that means that's how the whole of Africa thinks. No. And when is it a good time to go there and invest? Like someone coming from maybe Europe, coming to Australia to maybe to start selling, what do you call it? Somewhere in winter. It's not going to have a sale for the next 3 months. So you need to know the timing, when, how do people think, where the opportunities are. You don't just have to go in and just start investing. No, find out where do they need the support. Where can we build that capability? Then before you know it, based on the intelligences, the results you're getting, you can now make an informed decision. This is where we want to go. Concretely, this is what we want to do. And like you said, if you want to make a big change, you don't start with one large move. You start with incremental movement, incremental. Before you know it, you're moving mountains. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, so we might go to Ms. Jarrett for a final question, and then we'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit. You talked about capability and also the differences of doing business the north versus the east, entrepreneurial, being laid back, etc. In terms of small and medium enterprises, what are the real capability gaps that you see? And I appreciate that they're not going to be the same across the region, but is there any insights you could share, some specific examples?
Yes. The capabilities are supply chain and distribution, sourcing, not entirely extractive, but semi-processed locally. Then, just like how you have in China, where you don't extract, you get semi-processed items, then you move it to wherever country you want and label it as the final finished product. Label it as made in France, made in Germany, but the real processing is local. So that will actually the capability, supply chain, processing, and distribution. Those are going to be game changers. Just like, let me use an example, Amazon. How Amazon was able to scale from little to large, they now developed a distribution channel, the supply chain. They sourced the materials, they processed them, they distributed them. Then whoever is the final consumer decides what they want to do at the final end to claim it as their product.
And is there any specific examples in your world that you've seen in Africa that we could relate to?
Yes, agriculture, like let me say shea butter. Previously, the shea butter seeds were extracted and taken to Europe, then processed and sold as different products, high-end products. But now, the different countries in Africa have now looked at shea butter as a huge income earner. So they process shea butter into real butter locally, then send that as a semi-processed product to any country that needs it to maybe develop their shampoo or skin products or body lotion or whatever for any treatment. So that's what we're looking at. That capability is not just extractive, capability to develop processing, semi-processing capabilities, while the end products can now be shipped out to any country or any region that wants to mix and match it to fit whatever product or blend they want it to serve their markets. So that's what we're looking at. Agriculture, education, infrastructure. Australia's infrastructure is one of the best in the world. So with that knowledge and that skill set, look at what China is doing. They're building infrastructure because they discovered it's a major issue. That technical expertise, they don't have it. And they have the number, they have the funding. And they do that and say, okay, if we're going to do this for you guys, pay us in oil. You have too much of it. You don't have the money. Okay, pay us in oil. So if Australia can come, look at where they can build that technical capability. You have education, you have agriculture, you have cybersecurity, you have defense, you have the health sector, you have the, mining sector. That's just where the opportunities are.
All right. Thank you. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, 27th of May 2026. Please note that that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any any transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing and will resume at 1:30 p.m. Subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome the representative from Emerging Brand Africa to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Sure, thank you, Chair. My name is Catherine Jonathan, and I'm the founder and director of Emerging Brand Africa, and also the convener of Australia-Africa Dialogue Initiative.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
Steve Georgianis from the federal seat of Adelaide in South Australia.
My name's David Batt. I'm the member for Hinkler in regional Queensland.
Shane Yeaman, federal member for Blair in around Ipswich in South East Queensland.
Fiona Phillips, the federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Claire Clatterham, the federal member for Sturt, which is in the eastern part of Adelaide in South Australia.
Tony Zappia, member for Macon in South Australia.
And joining us online,
Madonna Jarrett, member for Brisbane.
No, that's okay. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. As I said, I am the founder of Emerging Brand Africa and convener of Australia-Africa Dialogue Initiative, which is a platform that brings together business leaders, government representatives, industry, diaspora networks, and institutional stakeholders to strengthen Australia-Africa economic engagement. I'm also the new director of the newly established Australia-Africa Foundation, which will carry this work for the Dialogue Initiative in the long term. Our work sits at the point where policy intent meets market reality, working with Australian SMEs, diaspora-led enterprises, and institutional stakeholders to facilitate Australia-Africa engagement. What we are seeing is consistent with the broader evidence that Australia's opportunity with Africa is real, but engagement remains limited and concentrated, particularly beyond the resources sector. From where we sit, the issue is not identifying the opportunity because it's there, it is how that opportunity converts into sustained commercial outcomes. Businesses are interested but often lack clear, practical pathways to enter and operate in these markets with confidence. 3 areas that would make most immediate difference. First, strengthening and enabling, strengthening the enabling architecture, including Austrade capability, FCTA understanding, the African Free Continental Trade Agreement understanding, and a more consistent in-market support. Second one is leveraging the African diaspora as a commercial asset, providing Australian businesses with trusted entry points, local insight, and reduced transactional risk. The third one is linking skills, enterprise, and trade, particularly through education and vocational pathways and alumni networks that support long-term engagement and market support. Underpinning all this is the relationship layer, and one that is my favorite, including cultural and people-to-people connections, which directly affects how business is conducted and how it quickly converts. Australia has the core building blocks in place. The opportunity is to connect them in a way that is more practical and navigable for Australian businesses. I welcome the opportunity for further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Your submission highlights the importance of women and youth inclusion in trade and investment, and recommends aligning trade support with Africa women and youth priorities. Can you expand on the role of women and youth in trade and enterprise development and what Australia could do to assist?
Yeah, sure. Women play a central role in Africa, in African economies, yet they continue to face structural barriers that limit productivity and growth. So, and they're in many sectors across agriculture and agribusinesses. Women make up a significant share of the agriculture workforce, yet they have constrained access to land, which is cultural issues, finance, and markets. So improving their participation in agribusiness has direct implications for food systems and value-added production in trade. We have seen a number of Australian private sector in SMEs establish agricultural businesses in Kenya. One in particular was highlighted, I think it was last week, by ABC Sydney. Mr. Stewart, who is 55, has been living in Kenya for 13 years, him and his family, and he started a firm where he's working with the local women and the youth in that region where he's bought this massive firm to teach them about sustainable crop production using the Australian innovative technology, of course. So he's been there long enough, and he can give evidence of the challenges that he's found, and a lot of the work that he's doing, he's working with women and youth. So that is just one example. And the other example is borrowed from similar models globally that are working in Africa. One in particular is through Prosper Africa, which was an agency formed by the US government working alongside the USAID. Prosper Africa was able to establish the Africa Trade Initiative, and many of their works were to support African-owned enterprises through manufacturing and production to export either to the U.S. or increase the U.S. production capacity in Africa. So that's just one of the other examples, but this increasing number of women and youth within the African population, growing population today.
Great, thank you. Mr. Newman.
This morning I asked a question to the Australia-African Chamber of Commerce about port infrastructure, rail infrastructure and road infrastructure, and they used the word development assistance. And they said they said we don't need more development assistance, we need other sort of support. On page 8 of your submission, you say Canada has increased its number of trade officers and in staff, reflecting it as across Africa, reflecting a strategic decision to deepen engagement, and then are critical of the fact that Australia's development assistance to Africa has declined markedly, reducing the range of complementary tools available to support long-term relationships, which seems at odds with the Chamber of Commerce and their evidence they gave orally today. So I'm interested, from your perspective, why you are at odds with the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. I would not say that I'm at odds with Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce, but the evidence that I give, and it's from the practice that I've had on the ground as an African diaspora who's been here 8 years and 5 years or 6 now, engaging with between that corridor. Now we know that the Australian missions are a few. They're about 9. Across the continent of 54 nations. And you also know that Australia has 3 hubs across the big continent as well. Now, last year, one of the insights that we got through our Australia-Africa Dialogue Initiative, which we have been holding this year, will be the 4th one. We get a lot of these insights, not only from our own experience of engagement, but from our stakeholders who come and provide their expertise and their practitioners' view of what they are encountering on the ground. Canada established their Canadian Africa strategy last year. They are increasing there are a number of missions in country. I think, I'm not quite sure of the numbers now, but I think there will be sitting around 39 missions represented across the continent. You could say that they have an advantage to venture into the Francophone Africa, and so that does give them an advantage over Anglophone countries.
So should we increase our development assistance?
The way I see development, and this came again from last year's dialogue by academia, because we work a lot with academia who do a lot of research through supply chain and all manner of industry insights. One of the things that was very clear is how do we position development to aid trade, not development as charity. And so, as I mentioned, Prosper Africa is a working model that was used by the American government. They established an African trade initiative when USAID was still on the continent providing their support. And so there was an arm that would provide development assistance, and then there was the Africa initiative that was purely enhancing and creating trade opportunities with people on the continent and businesses on the continent. And we know the results of that, which was a number of 83 businesses, if I get correct in my head, 83 African SMEs working with American SMEs were represented last year at a textile business forum. So there is evidence to show that aiding development has its benefit.
Yeah, to be fair to you, you don't say it's just charity. You say you clearly say it's available for long-term relationship building, institutional partnerships, and market development.
I think that's how we need to see development. I think we need to see development as investment to the country that we are giving assistance in. We see the repercussions of charity and aid for a long time. So if we don't not empower the communities on the ground through development assistance to create enterprises, then we are not doing justice to both the community on the ground to empower them to be self-sustainable, neither for us. What is the return on investment for that? So I guess it's a soft diplomacy tool.
So my final question, Chair, is you use the word complementary tools available to it. What complementary tools should we recommend to the government to do what you suggest? Because you don't articulate them in your submission.
Complementary tools, and if I understand your question correctly, I think one of the things that we can use, and it's already in existence, we've got Austrade on the ground and we've got DFAT on the ground with emissions. Now, Austrade used to run industry seminars for SMEs on how to do business in Africa. We can leverage on that more strategically and make them more often, not only for African SMEs, targeted to Australian SMEs. So that is one of the things that we can strategically do and make it more consistent with an Africa-focused presentations.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Batt.
Thanks, Jim. I was going to ask about the aid and how we need to do more of that to help support trade, but you've basically given a good answer on that anyway. So, in relation to your Australia-Africa dialogues, I'm guessing you bring African business people or other organisations to Australia as part of that?
Yes, and also Australian SMEs. We've been quite fortunate to be supported by what I term as Friends of Africa. There's Australians who love Africa and they are doing business in Africa. For example, based on the insights that we got over 2 years of doing the dialogue, we launched the Biashara Expo. And the Biashara Expo brought together Australian small enterprises and African Australian enterprises. So the diaspora community here who call Australia home, they are Australian enterprises. And they know their markets where they come from, their home markets and their host market. And so that was a platform that gave evidence that there is need to have a more structured, I suppose, pathway for SME engagement and to show how that looks like. And it wasn't just enterprises only, but it was also organizations within the development sector.
So what I was going to ask, we have heard previously about issues with getting student visas, African student visas into Australia or keeping them here, but also for those businesses trying to come to Australia to go to trade shows and those sorts of things. Have you ever been involved or heard of those issues as well?
Yeah, so while I have not experienced that, and I have worked with International Mining Resources Conference in Sydney in 2024, we brought in delegation from Nigeria, large delegation from Nigeria. Ghana was very highly represented. DRC was also highly represented in Sydney. So I have not experienced that, but I do know and hear from colleagues that visas are an issue, and people have been denied visas. For example, the Ethiopian athletic group that was supposed to come to Sydney, I think it was sometime late last year, some of them did not get their visas approved.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Fodderham.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Jonathan. I just wanted to just return to women for the moment.
Yeah.
And I know in your submissions you talk about something called She Trades.
Yes.
Could you just tell us a little bit about that and how Australia could support that initiative?
Yeah, thank you for that. She Trades is a very it's a practical pathway of how you can engage women. Now, She Trades is an initiative by the International Trade Organization, and it was launched to support the women enterprises in Africa to venture into markets beyond Africa. They work a lot with the UK Foreign and Commonwealth organization in Africa, and they also work a lot with financial institutions. Their model is to bring these partnerships together, financial and also the women-led enterprises, to educate them. So a lot of their work is around trainings of export, product branding, product labeling, and all the licensing that women need to know that they may not necessarily have the resources to do themselves. And they enable them to access other markets. Now, I think that it is a model that Australia could leverage on, because ITC is a global body, and there is that opportunity to support Australian-owned SMEs to work with ITC to venture in markets where they might feel like Africa is not a common destination for their markets.
Mm-hmm. So do you mean in terms of Australia leveraging that's providing expertise to female-led businesses on the African continent with respect to, ICT, product branding, labelling, all of those things, or something different?
Yeah, so ITC, She Trades Africa, the full name is actually She Trades Africa. It is a model that's working on the continent for the African women on the continent.
Yeah.
But what I mean to say is that since the UK government is also working with ITC, the Australian government could still leverage that model to work with ITC for Australian-led SMEs who are looking for markets beyond Australia.
I understand. Yeah. And my final question is just about education. So obviously that's an industry that offers trade opportunities between Australia and Africa. So just staying with women again, what is the uptake on the African continent for women accessing higher education, and what are the, critical skills that would best be provided by Australian institutions in support of African women on the continent? I know there's 54 countries. Very broad question.
There
from
are.
a high level.
Yeah, there are, and that's a good question when you think about the lack of resources. The access is enabled by financial resources. Yeah. So if they cannot access, the finance, then they won't access the education. I do know that Australia Monash University had a campus in South Africa, and they since closed that campus, and the only Australian campus on the continent is Mauritius. I think is Curtin University in Mauritius. But I think the key that I would personally advocate for, knowing the lack of resources of our communities on the ground, is Australia's skills and TAFE. Vocational training. It's an industry that the Kenyan government, I know as a Kenyan, is advocating a lot, and they are bringing back the polytechnics or vocational training institutions. And so with vocational training, I think there is an opportunity for Australian stakeholders to work with partners on the ground to provide that training and accreditation with local partners. An example that I was thinking about actually is there is an Australian business that is in building and construction in Kenya. I can't remember the name, but their business is around sustainable building materials, and they have been in Kenya for quite some time. And so thinking about how do we incentivize such an Australian business on the ground who's now knows the culture to get into training, skills and training for women and youth alongside this sustainable business framework. How do we incentivize those ones? Because we have Australian SMEs, Australian businesses in Africa, across Africa, doing a lot. So it is a partnership pathway, I would say.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
We're going to go to Ms. Jarrett online now.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get your insights in relation to youth, because you talked about the importance of women and the youth population and the opportunities that presents in Africa. Are there any, or across African nations, I should say, are there any specific things you think we can be doing better to support enterprise development for young people? Is there a role here for development and aid, education? What's really needed to help push that along?
With youth and education, I think with the growing population of Africa, we know of 15. I can't get the source of this data here, but I think it was McKinsey and Deloitte. They estimate the population growth of 800 million more by 2050. So 800 million more people by 2050. That's a huge population. During our last dialogue, Professor Gekaro of RMIT highlighted that the opportunity within the youth is huge in terms of training, but it could also be catastrophic if we do not train that youth, because what do you do with a population that is not trained or educated? And so from where I see is if we can leverage on the alumni networks of the Australia Awards, that would be a good pathway to start some programs on within the countries that they are coming from, some sort of youth engagement programs. And I follow the Kenya High Commission offices, and they do quite a lot of youth engagements within the not-for-profit sector in Nairobi and more. So there are existing activities. We just need to think about how do we plug into that to advance our commercial relations.
Great.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
The other questions? Yep, great. This is up here.
Mrs. Jonathan, thanks for your evidence so far. If there was a business in Africa that wanted to export products to Australia, what would you see as the primary barriers for that business? And vice versa, if someone from the African community here in Australia sees an opportunity to import something from Africa that they know that they can get hold of and that they know it would sell here in Australia, again, what would you see as the primary barriers?
That's a very good question. One of the things that I think the small business or business in Africa coming here would not know, they don't understand Australia's regulation. So it is training. So if we can offer that training both to the Australian, African Australian diaspora here through Austrade, and the African businesses on the other end, educating them on opportunities in Australia. What are the regulations based on product category? I think that would be a good start. For the diaspora here, and as a diaspora, if I want to do business in Kenya, am I doing business in Kenya as a Kenyan or as an Australian? So what is the appeal that I should not do business as a Kenyan and do business as an Australian? And that is where we see a huge gap, that there is a lot of business engagement happening within the diaspora to their home countries, but then it's very low scale. It can't scale if it's not trading at institutional level. And so we have to think about a pathway to incentivize the diaspora to trade through the institutions, access export finance to enhance their export capability, and trade at scale. I am an example and a beneficiary of a government-funded program that was done in Ballarat with the partnership of Federation University. And the government was wanting to bring more SMEs and train them on how to export their products. The program was called the Ballarat Export Ready Incubator. And after the program, we were then taken to Singapore through, the support of Austrade at the Singapore landing pad, and we had practical on-ground experience on how to engage, source for buyers, and understand the markets. What is the need? How can we fill that in? I think there is a huge opportunity that should be African focus for both the African diaspora and the Australian enterprises to enter either markets. And we've got Austrade already and DFAT. Africa Desk is there.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay. So thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, 27th of May, 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors.
Thank
I
you.
now suspend the hearing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Okay, we'll now recommence the hearing. I now welcome the representative from Sanctuary Global Enterprises to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Chair, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Kennel Wilson. I'm the CEO of Sanctuary Global Enterprise.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. Do you want to...
Steve Georgianis, Federal Member for Adelaide in South Australia.
Pleased to meet you.
I'm David Batt, Federal Member for Hinkler, which is in regional Queensland.
Shane Inman, Federal Member for Blair in South East Queensland.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Yeah.
Claire Clutterham, Federal Member for Sturt in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide in South Australia.
And Tony Zappia, Member for Macon in South Australia.
Good. Nice to meet you all.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement. Oh, I've missed the... And joining us on teleconference today.
Madonna Jarrett, Federal Member for Brisbane in Queensland.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. First of all, I should congratulate the committee on finally getting to a position where Australia recognises the importance of Africa and how Africa can, in fact, help Australia on a bilateral basis. So I'm honoured to be here and to make an opening statement following a brilliant expose by my sister from Kenya. The point being is that if we go back about 40 years, and I don't want to give my age away, but something called CHOGM was held here in Melbourne, early 80s, and many heads of state from Africa attended that conference. And I just happened to be there with some other people I knew. And the upshot is that Malcolm Fraser, Mr. Mfula was the Zambian ambassador, and a few other ambassadors sat around a small room at CHOGM, which was held across the road at the Sofitel, as it was known in those days. And they said that the secretariat that was the Australia South Africa Chamber of Commerce had been sanctioned. I think there were sanctions at the time. So that had been defunct for well over a year. And they wanted to resuscitate the chamber, but on a national basis. So they asked myself and a couple of other people to register, which we did, the Australia Africa Chamber of Commerce. So that was the original reiteration of that name. I understand there's been several formats since then. But the point being, I was sitting comparing the aspirations of that initial meeting in comparison to the agenda that we have today. And I asked myself how much has actually changed since that time, and almost saying, with the benchmark, what has achieved and what hasn't been achieved. So the point I'm making is that some of what I'll be referring to is back then, retrospectively, and the other parts I'll be bringing up to date. So I just thought I'd mention at one point.
Great. So did you want to make any other comments? Or?
No, that's my opening statement, but I'm now waiting for questions as well.
Well, I guess I'll just have a general question to start with. So what could the Australian government do better to support growth of trade in Africa? Okay, good question. I think the first thing is to say that Africa is going through a tumultuous change in of itself, and even the African people in charge are not 100% sure where this is all going. But what is evident is that geographically, you have people coming from areas such as South America, Tajikistan, Turkey. People who you wouldn't normally see coming to Africa to do business are there, and increasingly so. So that gives greater emphasis and importance on Australia to step up and be seen or be heard, equal to or greater than that's happening at the moment. Mainly because Australia has the English language capability, the social around cricket and so on. There's that similarity in law. There's so many commonalities that Australia has with Africa that Australia should be more prevalent than it actually is. That's my first observation. Second point is that if you look at the trade possibility along vertical industry lines,
the thing that Australia can actually benefit from and vice versa is agriculture. Food security is paramount in Africa because even with the best of intentions, most of Africa still cannot meet its own food requirements. Against that, you have a situation where in Africa is the largest arable available land, minus the availability of land for animals, for tourism and so on. There's still the largest arable land with the equivalent size in fresh water that you don't have to pay for. On top of that, you have labor costs well below anything in the Western world. So you put those three together, you have an enormous platform upon which to increase food security. And so that what happened in Ukraine a few months ago shouldn't have affected Northeast Africa, but it did. People were months away from starving. So Australia has the ability to transfer via intellectual property licensing, know-how, particularly with drones and software capabilities and so on, and measuring and mapping terrains. There are a swathe of technologies that could be integrated and transferred under license to Africans. Okay? And even if it can't be afforded, I think the important thing is for Australia to consider joining the African Development Fund. As you know, the African Development Fund is an associated arm of the African Development Bank. Now, Australia is a member of the Asian Development Bank, which is based in Singapore. But the African Development Bank is based in Abidjan, in Ivory Coast. And if you do an analysis of the country that have joined the fund, they have benefited immensely through the projects. In other words, some projects go to tender. If the tenderer is not from a country that is subscribes to the fund, you are at a competitive disadvantage to those countries that do subscribe to the fund. So there's a tendency now to think that we should take the opportunity to consider joining the fund quite seriously. And what that will do is give you a framework that is tried and proven. Many other countries, I think there's 39 countries are members of that fund now, and they have, they've received the benefits of the tenders that comes through that section. The other thing is that there's a sort of disconnect between Western business people doing business in Africa. They have this preconceived idea of not being able to trust this one and this doesn't happen. But there is a structured methodology in place through the African Development Bank. It's a AAA rated organization, which is, the best you can get. And they have a system in place whereby if you're a businessman in Australia and you know no one in Africa, you have the opportunity to go via the African Development Bank and join an organization known as the ABR, African Business Roundtable. And that's made up of some of the wealthiest and most knowledgeable business people in Africa who have been vetted. So by joining the ABR, you're halfway along of being assured that the person you're introduced to is known, is trusted, has credibility, and so on. So that's another benefit of joining the bank. The final point is that they also have a unit called a PSTU, Private Sector Development Unit. Ordinarily, the African Development Bank's designed to deal with countries, not individual companies. But they recognize that there are needs, particularly in the fintech in East Africa and to do with medical technologies coming out of West Africa, that there's a need for SMEs to be considered. And therefore, PSTU is an arm of the African Development Bank that will facilitate inquiries and make them happen. So that's two recommendations. The other recommendation is that Australia should give serious consideration to how it's perceived in Africa. It may not be important to some people, but perception is everything. And I look at some of the moves that Eastern European or Central Asian countries make, and they're not that significant, but the kudos and the recognition they get for doing a very small thing is overblown, but they get the publicity. Whereas if Australia did something, you'd hardly hear about it. So the recommendation would be no harm in blowing one's trumpet every now and then to say this is what we've done, and it's a good thing. So a bit more of that wouldn't hurt. I'm not saying that Austrade or DFAT would be the ones to do it, but from a policy point of view, perhaps a gateway could be shown as to how commercial people in PR and so on could use that path. That's the third point. The fourth point is I think it's important to change the way in which we look at the things Australia are good at. Very good at agriculture, but there is this dichotomy between agriculture on the one hand and mining on the other. Both from Australia, both regionally based, both in demand in Africa, but sways of people on the plains going to dig things up and take them out of Africa, mining, but agriculture virtually zero. And it's so blatantly obvious, the question is asked to me, well, why is it that Australian farmers aren't as proactive as their fellow mining experts? And of course, this is something that's probably a bit too close to home, but I mention it because it's an important point that if it could be overcome, it would be beneficial to both sides.
Thank you. Yeah, excellent. Mr. Newman.
In your submission, I think you talk about the African Research Centre.
Yes.
And I'm interested in the history of that because you said it was critical in the 1990s to a whole range of issues.
Yes.
And yet when you explain what it is, I was thinking, well, what was the purpose of DFAT in those circumstances? You know, because...
Back then?
Yeah, no, back then, yeah, because how you describe in your submission
yes.
is the kind of work and analysis you would think and sage advice that DFAT should have been giving to business and to government at the time.
Correct.
So I'm interested in the history of the African Research Centre. You recommend we resurrect it.
Yes.
There are other things like RMIT, who have African centres, institutes, etc.
Right, yeah.
And I'm saying, how is that different to what other universities are doing in Australia?
Then and now.
Yeah, then and now. And why we should recommend to government to resurrect an African Research Centre and what it would look like.
Yeah, good point. Back then, I was on the board, as I mentioned, of the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce, and we asked the question of how can we do something meaningful that is sustainable over decades as opposed to a flick in the pan. And we came up with Dr. David Dorwood. I'm not sure if he's still with us, but Dr. David Dorwood was a lecturer in African Studies at La Trobe University, and he and a group of us decided to put an application to the Vice Chancellor to set up the African Research Institute. And at the time, it encouraged African students to come from Africa to La Trobe. That was the benefits for them. But it gave them a focus to look at research in terms of how that research could help things like the Business Council of Australia at the time, who had, besides BHP, there were no other members that were doing business in Africa. So the question was, what could the ARI do to affect change in the commercial sector? And it was tremendously successful. Perhaps they didn't have internet as we do today, and maybe that's an argument, but it was successful from the point of view that the African students did a tremendous job at providing real information that the members benefited from, participating in their requirements. So that's the first thing. How it is now, I'm not up to date with.
What happened to it?
What happened to it was that the Australia-Africa Chamber of Commerce, as there's been so many reiterations, just was not sustainable. I myself, as a case example, I got too busy and priorities and so on, and the membership, the board sort of diminished, and ARI struggled on for about a year or so, but after that, it came to an end as well, unfortunately. But whilst it was there, it did a very good job.
And must have had a big remit, because you're talking about giving advice to ASX, giving advice to business, operating as a think tank almost.
Correct.
A federally funded think tank.
Correct. Whatever funding came was through the sponsorship of companies who were part of the Business Council of Australia. Month by month, they would choose a topic, and the company would sponsor that topic. So that's how we sustained the funding side of things. There was no shortage of students from Africa wanting to come to the university because of that. So had it maintained its momentum to today, I'm sure it would be a sort of world-class centre for knowledge.
Did it receive federal government funding or state government funding?
Not to my knowledge. I think it just came from the fact that additional revenue through activities went to the purse of the university, and as such the university gave grants. I'm not entirely sure how the back end of this worked at the time.
Well, I'm interested in this because this could be a good recommendation to the government. But we certainly, if the chair puts it to a vote right now, I wouldn't vote for it because I don't have enough information.
Right.
But I'm really keen to find that information. So if you've got can you take that on notice? And
I will.
And find out whether, information about it, because it is the sort of thing I can understand why you would suggest we look at it, because it's got real substance, I think, potentially. But we don't have enough information based on your submission to make that recommendation.
I'll go back in my archives and see what I can dig out.
Thanks very much.
And happy to do so, because I also think it's a good project.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Batt.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Wilson. And I was going to ask a bit about the African Development Fund, but you basically explained a lot of that in the last answer. So,
yeah.
But for Australia to be a member of that, as you're saying that we should, what is involved? Is there a cost involved? Is there how do we become a part of that?
There is a cost. There is a cost involved, and the cost is related to the influence that you have on the board. The Board of Governors carry the sway. 6.2% is what Australia has of the the Asian Development Bank, and similarly, whatever you contribute every year, would be equivalent to the percentage that you have on the committee.
Right. So like voting rights of. Yes.
Exactly. So I think that if I can now go quickly on to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Go for it.
That segues right into the African Development Bank, because for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to work, it's going to require an enormous amount of cooperation and funding. So as funding is critical, it will put pressure on the African Development Bank to be selective as to what it spends money on. And I think that food security will be number one. Therefore, Australia has a good chance of getting its head in the door on agriculture, simply on credibility. The nearest competition is Canada in that regards, but Canada doesn't have the seasonality that we do here, and I think that Australia could certainly get the Gold Cup for pursuing food and agriculture. But I'm suggesting not to do it singularly, do it in conjunction with the membership of the African Development Bank.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Georgianis.
Thank you. I know you've spoken about it earlier, but we spoke about, and you emphasised agriculture and the collaboration and how important it is.
Yes.
Especially it's something that we have perhaps in common with Africa and Australia in sharing information and improving the agriculture.
Right.
But in your submission, you also talk about the strategic interests in gaining access to critical minerals through the critical mineral reserves. Is this basically step by step? You start off with agriculture, you gain the confidence of particular countries that you are a good business partner, you are reliable, etc. And that takes us to the next step, the bigger and...
What I'm suggesting is that because of the cost of establishing a mine or establishing a farm in Africa will be considerable. I'm suggesting to you that in the future you will see an application from Mr. X representing company Y to a government Z will look differently than it is looking at the moment, because what will happen is a company will apply for a license to explore, and they will be given some tenement, some square acres, and under the ground will be the mining, and above the ground will be the farming. And the African governments, the new generation, are waking up to the fact that you can get 2 for 1. So yes, you can have this mining rights, right? Not to export the pure ore. The days are gone. You have to beneficiate and add value to that ore, but it doesn't stop there. The land is going to be vacant. You're just drilling away in one corner. No. Bring along someone from Australia with the expertise in farming and do both. Okay, so you're providing food security for the malnourished kids, and you're exploring, which is your commercial right to do so, but at the same time you're using broad acreage and putting it to use. So I see there's a fusion of mining and agriculture coming up in the next 5 years. Don't quote me on that, but that's my...
Is that currently happening by other nations that are investing in
other nations, particularly
the model that you just explained to us?
Yeah, the sheikhs in the Middle East who have no land look across the water and they can see all that land, and they're saying, how can we... Now they've tried buying, they've tried coercion, they've tried everything to get hold of it, but the point is that no, it's a sovereign African land, but you're welcome to come and do a joint venture, providing the cash that we don't have as Africans. So you bring the cash, which purchases the equipment, and it provides management expertise from somewhere, Canada or Australia. Well, that's the position that we can move into. We can say to the Middle East Arabs on the right, you support the Australian IP contribution, and over here the Africans, the Australians, and the Middle East people. Because the Middle East people give an offtake. They guarantee to purchase whatever's grown through an offtake agreement. So everyone wins. Unemployment drops. Instead of kids going across the Mediterranean and dying, trying to get into Europe, they can stay at home and they can have meaningful incomes through provision of food. So it's a holistic look at it, but I think somewhere in there there's a...
It's a good model.
Yes, it's a loop around that works.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to you, Ms. Jarrett.
Thank you. I was just wanting to follow up on your comments in relation to the African Development Bank and the African Business Roundtable, because we heard a lot of earlier evidence around the importance of de-risking the investments into Africa, into African nations. I'm just, the African Business Roundtable, what sectors or industries are represented there beyond agriculture and, I'm assuming, mining?
Yeah, that's a good question. People like the richest individual in Africa is Dangote. He's a Nigerian. He's the largest producer of concrete in Africa. He recently built Africa's first refinery. Unbeknown to a lot of people, Africa has a lot of oil, but it's the wrong type of oil. It has to be taken offshore, processed in a refinery, and brought back into Africa. Now, Dangote woke up to that and said that's nonsense, so he's built literally the world's largest refinery. So all of the local oil only has to go about half a kilometer, and it's been refined on site. So there's lots of new mining engineers and mining entrepreneurs filling that third space beyond mining and so on. The next group that's coming along that forms part of the ABR are the fintech people, which I'm sure someone might be more up to date on it than I am, but fast growing in East Africa, and many Silicon Valley companies migrating and setting up offices in Africa, driving fintech, financial technology, banks, AI, and so on and so forth. So that's the third category. The fourth category is the medical industry, stroke pharmacology. The pharmacy industry is dominated by India. But for whatever happens, the supply chain is not sound. It's not believable. It's questionable because parents are not certain. As in, if you say this medicine comes from Australia, it literally runs off the shelf because Australia has a credibility of standards and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, in India, they don't have that. I'm not saying it's not, I'm saying they're tainted. The perception is that the pharmacies are not up to scratch from a production point of view. But health science, fintech, and refinery, that comes off that. And of course, through beneficiation laws, which means you can dig up the ore, but you can't take it out. You have to do something with it. And particularly the southern states, you've got lithium. So huge investments going into battery facilities. And that may mirror Australia because we have lithium here as well. And I think there's huge opportunities for co-development and co-research to happen. But that needs to happen precipitously because the clock's ticking. And the big firms that would need those large-scale batteries are here, and they're coming, and they're going to be coming in large numbers. So they'll need energy and so on. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Great. All right, Matt.
Over to you, Chair.
To Ms. Clodden.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You said something I found quite interesting a bit earlier, and that is how Australia is perceived in Africa, because we've been doing a lot of talking about how Australia perceives doing business on the African continent. And this is quite a broad question, so you may need to take it on notice. But in your view, how is Australia perceived? And I know that Africa is a huge continent with many different countries.
Yep.
It's not going to be a uniform view, but I think that is really quite interesting. And for all the hearings and evidence we've heard, to my knowledge, you're the first person who's actually raised how Africa perceives Australia, and I think that would be really interesting for the committee to understand from a trade perspective.
Yeah.
And so just noting time as well, if it needs to be on notice.
It's a very good question, and it's often asked, and I'm sure that there are many answers because you can't speak for 1.5 billion people.
Yeah.
But the general perception is that if you mention Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, big smile comes. You know, it's like after all these years, I can't work it out, but they have great, empathy with Africa, and the Africans have it with them. You hardly hear about trade disputes or problems. They just seem to get along. I don't know why, but they do. Next, they talk about Canadians, because I often say, do you see much difference between Canadians and Australians? Oh, yes, yeah, huge. And ask them to define it. They can't. But there's just something there that, now, fortunately, Australia is not at the bottom. That's a good thing. And in fact, I would say that as generations change, Australia has a good reputation in Africa. But it's, as I said before, it's not capitalized fully. Whereas, you know, the Canadians won't shy away from getting something signed ASAP. The Americans have something called AGOA, which is, I'm sure you've heard of it. It's the trade agreement between the US and Africa. And it's a platform and a pathway that's been specially put together. I think it's been running for 20 years, and it gives entrepreneurs an unambiguous pathway towards dealing between the continent of Africa and America. So Americans are perceived fairly well as far as AGOA is concerned, because that's bringing dollars and cents to them from a monetary point of view. But I think what you're referring to is more subjective, is what do Africans perceive Australia to be in terms of sociology and behavioural, and that's what you're referring to, the soft sciences.
Yes, and from a business perspective as well. Is Australia a good partner? Is it worth partnering? Is it risky to do business with Australia?
Okay.
Those sorts of things. Is it complicated?
I have to go to specific names, and I didn't really want to get into politics, but Malcolm Fraser did huge things in Africa, and his reputation alone still gets lauded. Malcolm Fraser, from the older generation, they respect what he did in London and how he solved that difficult situation with apartheid and so on. There are other lesser positions, but one comes to mind was Senator Sebra. I think he was Southern Africa, but he had a tremendous reputation, and people spoke highly of him because he just had this magic of getting things done. And the Africans would say, "Oh, I'll do this and this and this if Senator Sebra is involved." So there's two examples of a head of state and a senator. But moving away from politics, so many Africans now come to Australia to study, and they get well treated, and there's a lawful society, and things are much more balanced here than some of the other countries we can mention. So all in all, when the feedback comes back to someone in Africa saying, "Oh, how is life in Australia?" invariably you get a positive answer. So there's nothing negative. However, two things recently that really upset the apple cart was the sanctions that Australia participated in against Zimbabwe. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I think the UN voted that these sanctions cannot be allowed to happen, or it's illegal. Why you should punish children in incubators for something that a group of ex-generals did. So that's coming off the ball now, and it's been forgotten. The other thing was that we had the G20 recently, and it was felt that as Australia came halfway across the Indian Ocean, when it was Australia's turn to speak up, they could have said something about Africa. We look forward to doing this with Africa, or we value this. But nothing was said. And whilst it wasn't a slap in the face, but what it was saying was, I could just as well be standing anywhere in the world making this speech, as opposed to, I'm here in Africa, G20, president of that, I therefore wish to say this. We intend to have closer relationships with Africa, something, you know. So that was a third example. But all in all, I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
I might, in that brevity of time, just move on. Okay. So, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, 27th of May 2026.
Okay.
Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Throw all the timing out in the last one. Because Jose got to go. All right, we'll now resume the public hearing, and I now welcome Ms Bronwyn Halfpenny MP, the member for Thomastown of the Victorian Legislative Assembly, to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Okay, so it's Bronwyn Halfpenny. As you said, I am the Member of Parliament in the State Parliament for Thomastown. I'm here, though, really in a personal capacity, just based on some of my experiences when I recently visited Nigeria and Ghana as part of a study tour, and also just in sort of my conversations in dealing with local residents, Australians who have an African background.
Great, thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves.
Hi, Bronwyn. Steve Georgianis, Federal Member for Adelaide in South Australia. Good to see you.
Hi, David Batt. I'm the Federal Member for Hinkler in Queensland.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair in South East Queensland, Wren Ipswich.
And Fiona Phillips, Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Claire Clutterham, Member for Sturt in Adelaide's eastern suburbs.
Tony Zappia, Member for Macon in South Australia.
Good. Great. And I don't think we have anyone on the teleconference. No. Okay, all right. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay, feels a bit funny and nervous, nerve-wracking on this side of the. But anyway, look, I think you've already received our submission, obviously, and that was provided by myself and Associate Professor Mimi Watts. Unfortunately, she's not here today; she's overseas. But I believe that she has made some arrangements to have further input. So I'm a bit of a disadvantage because she's probably more of the expert than I am. So if there's questions that I can't answer, perhaps I take them on notice and she can provide some sort of a response to those. I also, I guess, want to note that, as I said before, I'm not an academic. I do have an economics degree, but really I'm here based on my experiences and what I saw that seemed, where Australia is really missing out on opportunities to do business in Africa as a continent, and for two reasons. One, because it makes economic sense, but also as we have a growing diaspora from the African continent, we really should take advantage of that, and also as part of the connections, make sure that we do have a focus in that area. I'd also like to maybe give a little bit of a Victorian perspective, because a lot of the business in Africa, in most of the countries really, is just around that, resources and mining and extraction. And of course, Victoria doesn't have that industrial base where traditionally manufacturing base. And of course, the Victorian Government Economic Growth Statement has identified 5 priority areas that I think that we could do better in terms of promoting those areas with trade within the African continent. And those industries are health, technology and medical research, manufacturing, circular economy, agribusiness, and of course that's one that previous presenters have spoken about before. And just one thing that I noted when I was over in Nigeria and Ghana, I think there was, Representative DFAT and Austrade probably attended at least 4 or 5 different mining conferences across the continent. I attended the West Africa International Agri-Business sort of expo. No one representing Australia from any area. So it just sort of shows what seems to be a bit of an imbalance in the interest and the focus on one particular industry compared to the whole lot of other things that we could sort of be doing. Also, from a Victorian perspective, there's areas like mining services and technologies rather than the actual extraction of the products. There was also comments made to me that, and I think it was also mentioned, just this sometimes scepticism about what's real or not, what's authentic product or what, that sometimes Australia could also support, certification processes and stuff like that within the various countries in various sort of industries. So on that, I suppose I'm open to any questions you want to ask me. It was really a submission that we put in to sort of make a bit of a statement, and then hopefully some of those issues are taken on board.
Great. I think Ms. Cotteram's going to ask the first question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Halfpenny. I was interested in, I think it was the first of your recommendations about paid placements in the context of alumni and diaspora. So a couple of months ago I asked a question, I'm pretty sure it was Austrade, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I'm confident it was Austrade officials were giving us a briefing. And I asked about government-to-government secondments in order to sort of deepen, facilitate relationships, etc. And the answer was that there was no such program and no plans, in fact, to develop any program. So I just wondered, how did you envisage that kind of paid placement or secondment, as I call it, working? Would that be facilitated by government, or is this the responsibility, in your view, of private enterprise? How would you see that working?
I think we saw that as to be first, I guess, initiated by government, whether over time that then sort of moves to private industry, but at least for government to take a bit of a lead on that. We already do the Australia Awards, where there's scholarships provided to come to Australia to study in whatever fields, and there's alumni associations pretty well across Africa, and there's very little engagement with them, so that's maybe an area where we could also use those associations to perhaps develop further the sort of two-way relationship, because once the study has happened and people have gone back to their country, there's not really, even though there's an interest and willingness amongst the alumni and there's sort of personal connections in Australia, there's nothing really formal or in any way that sort of leverages or uses their expertise and skill and knowledge of both Australia and the African continent. And there's examples of people that I spoke to that have some senior representatives of the mining department or education, and yet we're sort of not using those. So that's sort of another area where we could definitely even perhaps support those organisations to do that bit of work within, with internships and so on.
Yeah, thank you. And you'd also see value in government-to-government
exchanges,
as it were, as
well.
of
course.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Mr. Xavier.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Halfpenny, thanks for your submission. And I'm interested in your own visit there, because I sort of look at it like this, and I might well be wrong. We have a country here where over 20 other countries within the continent are actually members of the Commonwealth, which we are as well, which I thought we might have used to somehow strengthen our relationships. And there's plenty of opportunity, and yet we don't capitalise on that. I'm just trying to get my head around, were you able to identify just why we don't? Is it because maybe it's easier to do business somewhere else, and therefore, if you, again, as an individual investor, whoever it might be, or even the government, you might say, well, you know something, we've only got limited resources, somewhere else is actually an easier proposition.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of that, the easiness. As I understand, there's also, and some better than me, I think there's a lot of politics in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and I know that there's been recent issues, but I think it's not really taking the time to understand and work with. So there's sort of, it seems like to me, and I might be wrong, a bit more of the sort of colonial lines in those organisations. So, but it would be great to be able to do more work in there. And it's not just the members of Parliament, but the actual parliamentary officers themselves that.
Well, were you able to identify any immediate barriers for anyone wanting to do business in Africa? Things that sort of might have stuck out to you, say, this is obviously, this needs to be fixed, or this is a problem. And
again, not an expert, just on my and I might be Well, for example, when we met with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Nigeria, which was sort of mostly based in Lagos, there was a real willingness wanting to do business and wanting to, but I think there was really not knowing what the pathways through were, and I guess because there's not that, a lot of it's around trust and who is this organisation. So I think there's, how do we sort of do those introductions? And again, maybe that's where the diaspora here could play a great role in sort of building that bridge, so there's trust on both sides and sort of an understanding about how Australia works, how whatever the country in Africa works, in order to bring them together. And I think one of our recommendations, we talk about Austrade or someone doing a bit of an audit of all the businesses, and that might be a way of actually trying to increase that sort of trust and understanding.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Ms. Halfpenny. Just going onto the diaspora side of things again, is there anything you can think of, recommendations for the Australian government to somehow formalise engagement with our African community here in Australia to work in that area?
Well, I was listening to the previous presenter, and I guess I know there was questions being asked, so I'm probably not the best placed in terms of what organisations there should be in terms of the community here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know that governments can set up sort of task forces or ministerial advisory groups, or I don't know if that's sort of the way to do it.
In relation to, you mentioned about being at the Agri Show in West Africa where we didn't have any representation. Again, is there anything you can think of, like how better we could promote these opportunities, whether it's federal government or other ways, in Australia?
Yeah, so even maybe, did anybody know that these trade opportunities were there? I suppose it's sort of how do you... So I feel like there's a real focus on mining, and therefore there's people are working really hard in that area, so there's not really any room or space to necessarily work outside of that area.
Yep.
This is on my limited observations when I was there. But even just to be able to advertise these things amongst the industry or universities, I think there's a lot of delegations that come from various countries, and they might be at Melbourne University being hosted, but again, nothing that sort of brings all that together for some purpose or goal.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
I've just got a general question. So I think in your opening statement you said, there was a lot of underutilisation. Like, what did you see? What was your experience? Underutilisation of, I guess, trade opportunities in general, or opportunities. Yeah.
I guess because in areas that we have, sort of expertise, like I talk about Nigeria because that was one of the main, a lot of huge infrastructure projects sort of happening there. Now, Victoria's done a lot of huge infrastructure projects. Is there, ways that sort of that expertise, not so much the actual building of the thing, but that expertise could be sort of transferred? So there's some way of introducing these other industries to the various governments across the sort of continent, maybe in order to show that there are other countries doing various things. And then we talk about logistics as well, that because of that sort of remote areas, maybe we can sort of do more there. And one example that I found really amazing, which was a company called Accra, and that was the one helping electrify the sort of remote areas for economic opportunity and so on. They sort of found that work themselves, and you sort of wonder whether, and I'm not saying you should, you don't put requirements around aid or anything, but maybe if there's a government that has a certain program that we could also introduce to various companies here that may be experts in that area, to sort of understand what the priorities of the government of that country is, and then maybe how not just the Australian companies could actually support and assist in that.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Any? Right? Okay. I think we might finish there. Find that thing. So thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 27th of May 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. And I now conclude the public hearing. Thank you.